tide, catching waves with voices bright. Set your course for tales untold, entertainment pure and bold. Come aboard this journey new, stories fresh with more than you. Saturdays are time to shine, positively Pat's lifeline. Positively Pat's Sim Show, every tale a treasure trove. Tune in now and set your sails, laughs and chats and wondrous tales. We ride the waves of joy and cheer, every week we're standing here. Everyone keeps spirits high, morning sun in every eye. From epic quest to daily news, listen up, there's much to choose. Every word a gem we share, Saturday we conquer air. Positively Pat's Sim Show, every tale a treasure trove. Tune in now and set your sails, laughs and chats and wondrous tales. We ride the waves of joy and cheer, every week we're standing here. Everyone keeps spirits high, morning sun in every eye. In every eye. Positively Pat's Sim Show, every tale a treasure trove. Tune in now and set your sails, laughs and chats and wondrous tales. We ride the waves of joy and cheer, every week we're standing here. Everyone keeps spirits high, morning sun in every eye. In every eye.
Sims Nation, it is that time. It is Saturday over here on the West Coast in Southern California, Orange County, city of Irvine to be exact. It is 6 a.m. on the East Coast. It's 9 a.m., which means that it's time for the most positive corner of entertainment. That is the Positively Pat Sim Show. And I am very, very happy to be here with you this morning. And we've had a great last couple of days. We had on Thursday a very special episode of Warriors Unleashed with my good friend, fellow DDPY champion, and fast track coach Pam Riley. If you missed that one, later today, make sure you get over there and check it out. It is a great source of inspiration and motivation and information that deals with how our setbacks become our great comebacks. And yesterday, we had the honest review of Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home. And I thought that went rather well. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun doing it. I hope you guys who watched it had a good time checking it out. But right now, we are going to be discussing some of the greatest sports moments of all time. Now, I want to preface this real quick because I named the show Greatest Sports Moments, and the truth is there's actually quite a lot here that would not be considered great. Because I got 2 pages of moments here for baseball, basketball, football. I've got pro wrestling in here. I've got hockey, golf, and there are also some tragic moments. So basically, when I've been promoting the show, we were saying the biggest, the greatest, and the most memorable moments in sports. So I may change the title of the show after we air, just so that we're kind of all-encompassing, because if we just spoke to great moments, we might only have like half of this list. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens, but I want to once again introduce my good friend. He is our co-host for today. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a fellow YouTuber. I give you the one and only Ashton Harris. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Pat. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing today? It is 9:06 over here on the East Coast for me, so
There you go.
I'm a little bit more.
Well, how are we feeling this morning? How are we doing after the week?
I mean, like my Saturdays are feels like a weekday for me. So
Yeah, I hear that
Yep.
one. Yeah, I mean, today's going to be a little bit better for me because usually, lately, over the last, couple of months, we've been doing double duty on Saturdays where we'll do the Positively Pat Sim show, and then later in the day, we'll do an honest review show.
right.
But we're not doing that today. We're just doing the Positively Pat Sim show. And my wife and I are going to take a little trip later on to the Irvine Spectrum and just walk around and enjoy the day.
Nice. That sounds like a good time.
Yes. Yeah. I remember going to the Spectrum not long after COVID, and I was just like, oh, this is awesome. and now, like, what's really cool, though, is I'm going to just throw this out there real quick. So when COVID was happening, I remember everything was online, and I started hearing people complaining that everything, I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking to myself, like, well, where were you before COVID when malls when stores and malls were closing down and no one was going out? And I'm like, okay. And so then COVID starts dissipating and everyone's rushing to go out and go to these places. And I'm like, good, this is the way it's supposed to be. Get out, support your local businesses and all of that. And online is still a big deal.
Yeah. I think it's gone back to a lot of people like stop going out again.
Right. Yeah.
At least stop going to like places like that.
Yeah.
Because there's still been some malls and places that have been closing down just because of lack of foot traffic.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you remember the Orange Mall down here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
It's gone.
When?
Yeah. It just like I'm trying to think, but my wife, she thinks it's funny. Every time we go near it, I can't believe it. Like it's my childhood. Just like I think it's pretty much the mall part. Like the Walmart's still on the one side. You still got like 24-hour fitness and stuff on the other, where the Sears was and stuff. But the whole middle chunk where you would go see Santa during Christmas, just gone.
It just closed down. This is a big old empty building.
No, the building's gone.
What? They took the building down too?
The building's down. I don't know what they're putting there. But yeah, the whole building is gone. It was the most insane thing that I remember seeing. But yeah. But yeah, the Spectrum, what's interesting about the Spectrum, for those of you that don't know, down here in Irvine is a very pet-friendly community. And yeah, and so you go to the Spectrum, and like I would say 30% of the people at the Spectrum have brought their dogs. And so they're walking their dogs around.
Sounds all right.
Yeah.
Either walking their dogs or have their dogs in strollers.
Oh my gosh, yes. Or even just carrying them in their purse or something like that. It's crazy. Like and you would think, oh, that place must like have a lot of crap and stink, but no. We take care of our animals junk.
Yeah. Take care of the animals. Get taken care of better than we do.
Oh man, do they ever? Oh man, Ashton, so this was interesting. I sent Ashton I didn't share with him a physical or a digital copy of what I wrote, but I showed her two pictures, and his only response was "Wow." So let me just ask you this. So I have, just in baseball alone, I have 19 moments to go over. How many in total did you end up getting?
Busy week. There's, I want to say probably 10 in total that I wrote down, and then it's like I looked at yours. I was like, oh, I was gonna do some of those.
Right. Yes. Well, some of them are pretty obvious. There's
Yeah.
some that I threw in that I thought some people might not remember that would just be kind of fun to talk about, because a lot of sports memories for people, myself included, I'm sure for you, a lot of them are personal.
Yeah, definitely.
There's the standard, oh, this guy broke that record, or and we're gonna go over that stuff. But yeah,
I think for some of these, I'm just gonna go right off the top.
Yeah.
For stuff that I remember.
Right. And I don't want to waste any more time because, like I said, I've got a lot to go through. And at the end of the show, I do want to close out our run of shows this week and everything I have a little bit of something here that I've prepared that I want to say to everybody. And I think it's important to do so. I've been wanting to do it actually for a while. And Ashton,
right.
I'm sure you know that this has been a crazy week for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
You've got there's a lot of things going on. Now, I'm not talking about any one particular thing here, because the truth is there's a lot of stuff going on everywhere, and you got a lot of good, you got a lot of bad, and we're just going through a very, very difficult time in this country. And I don't want to address anything specifically, but there's something I want to throw out there that I think may help some of us. It helps me. Doing these shows helped me. This show, The Warriors Unleashed, has been amazing for me. Go ahead, Ashton.
No, I say right on, man. You good, man. Yeah, I think good message at the end is it's needed.
Yeah. And this right here, this show right here, this is this all kind of grew from an episode that we did. Not this particular topic, but my want and my passion for doing this really exploded during COVID, when my buddy Aaron and Ashton here jumped on what was back then the Behind the Dish podcast for my old For You Productions, For You Entertainment, whatever you want to call it, YouTube channel back in the day. And it was such a great moment that I felt like I was a part of, because I was trying to give you guys a voice, and I got to learn quite a bit from it. It was a really moving experience. I remember when we got done, I broke down at the end of it. But what it did was it really emphasized, and what we really emphasized throughout the show is communication and talking. And one of the things is that it's okay to disagree. It's okay to have a different opinion than somebody else. It's how you approach it. It's how you communicate, right? And Ashton and I, we don't see eye to eye on everything, but we understand that Ashton's my friend, and I'm not going to go out of my way to be argumentative and snarky for just because I don't agree with something that he has to say. If I think,
vice versa.
If I think it's important enough, I'll call him personally. First of all, I won't air dirty laundry between us on social media. I'll contact Ashton personally and tell him hey, but I don't think I've done that in a while. And I did get a message. Before we get rolling on this, I did get a message. So yesterday, somebody noticed this right here, this little mark right next to my goatee. It's not a problem. It's not a mole. It's not. It is a legitimate, just a cut from shaving.
Nick yourself shaving.
Yeah. So Pam noticed it because she came on before we went on the air, and I'm holding toilet paper to my face like this, and she's like, "What'd you do?" And I'm like, "It's kind of the downside of when you're on what they call when you're on a cut phase of trying to drop weight, so your face thins out, and so every little curve gets more defined, and so when you shave, you got to be careful when you get to this area here." Because you go too fast and you're like, oh, no, that's going to bleed.
Yeah, sometimes whenever I shave my head, it's I gotta if I'm using a razor, then it's like I gotta be careful.
Have you ever tried, or have you ever thought about trying like those? I see ads for them all the time. They're I can't think of what they're called, but like Baldy. There's it's one of those electric shavers that are.
Oh yeah.
And you just,
I've been wanting to get one.
They look pretty cool. I actually wanted to get one because they work on everything else too. Like you can use them for your chest.
Yeah.
And your hairy arms. So
Yeah. I've seen those, and it's like I've been thinking about getting one, and then every time I think about it, it's like I'm fine with what I got. I just gotta stop being lazy.
yeah. The one thing I didn't know is that the like the Baldy, I think that's like the most popular. That's like the big one. They were on Shark Tank, I think. And what I didn't know is like, I guess you got to replace the heads on those things. On a
You only like eventually you do, because like there's the ones that I've seen. They keep saying like they don't get dull,
right.
but you still have to eventually replace it because wear and tear, they get rusty and whatever, and it's just cleanliness.
Right. But Baldy offers like a membership thing to where they'll just send you on a like.
Oh yeah. Okay. I think a lot of those are doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a membership, and they'll send you replacement heads and then some like aftershave oils or whatnot.
Yeah.
So
I bought a safety razor because I have very, very sensitive Irish skin, and but I've been so happy. It's kind of funny when you think about going back and using something that's a bit more old school and how effective it is. It's like it's one razor, one blade in this safety razor, which is a more old school way of shaving, and it does such a better job and takes care of me. I mean, yes, I nicked myself, but that's a me problem right there. But
yeah, man. Sometimes the old ways of doing this is better.
yeah, I look at weightlifting that way too. Like when I went back and got the Arnold Schwarzenegger encyclopedia for modern bodybuilding, like that's old school. That's more of like the 80s, 90s way of bodybuilding. And going back and kind of looking at that, and then taking what I know now and kind of combining those two things together. I mean, it's done a lot of good. It's worked wonders. So, all right. Speaking of going backwards, looking back a little old school, I think we should get rolling with some of the most important sports moments in history. And I think I'll go first because I might have a couple more than you.
Okay.
All right. And hopefully I don't take one of yours. Like when you do enough top 10 lists, you end up taking each other's stuff all the time. So what I'm going to do though is, Ashton, I would like you to choose the category, and I will read one of my moments. So you have Major League Baseball, you have the NBA, NFL. I like this category: pro sports and pro wrestling. So that is the combination of pro sports and well, mainly WWE. Other sports, which would be hockey, golf, bike riding, that kind of thing. Or, well, let's save any of the tragedies like
save that for later.
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to say let's go football for now.
Football. All right.
Yeah. NFL football, not soccer football.
So football, I think let's just do this. Let's just go right into it. My number one and my number two, we can talk about right now together. And that is So these aren't in any real order of importance. It's just what I like as I'm writing them down. So biggest NFL story maybe ever. I mean, at least in our lifetime. All right. So OJ's police chase in the white Bronco, and OJ found not guilty. I mean, OJ.
Oh man.
People forget that OJ was a huge football star and a super talented player at that.
Yeah. He was an actor too.
Yeah. He even got a callback.
OJ did a few things, but yeah, man, that police chase was wild.
Yeah. And
I remember when I was a kid and it was on. I didn't know what I was watching. I was like, "What is this?"
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, that's cool." You know, I didn't register what was happening until like later on. It's like, oh, he's in trouble. I don't know who that is, but okay.
Now, were you living here at the time, or were you?
Yeah, I was in California still.
You were in California. Okay. I wasn't sure because I know like you've got family. I know you were stationed outside of here. You have family like in Florida. So I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was here too. And what's really funny was when that happened, when the chase was happening, they were driving from like North LA area south.
Uh-huh.
All right. And my father and I were driving north to go pick up my stepbrother, or not my stepbrother, my half-brother, Josh, from his mom, because it was my dad's weekend. And so we were hearing about what was going on the radio while we were driving, and then all of a sudden, the other side of the freeway just nobody was on it. And next thing we knew, there goes the white Bronco and a bunch of cops. It was
so you saw it.
I got to see it. Yeah, I saw Al Cowling's head. But OJ was in the back. OJ was in the back of the Bronco. But yeah, it was insane.
Wow.
Absolutely insane. And then with the verdict, I remember, did he do jail time? He did. I don't remember about Al Cowling. I don't know if Al Cowlings did any time.
I think everybody forgets about him.
Right.
Because I honestly forgot that there was another person involved.
Yeah. You would imagine he probably did just because he's an accessory to it. He's behind the wheel. But I don't know for sure. But I do know that OJ did go to jail for a while. I mean, he was obviously placed under arrest and everything and charged with the murders of Nicole Brown and I forget the name of the other guy. Gold something.
Ron Goldman?
Ron Goldman. Or is it Ron? Or something like that.
I think it was Ron.
Yeah, and so he did spend some time in jail, but then obviously the trial was it felt like something out of a movie. It felt more entertainment.
Yeah, definitely did. And I remember as a kid, like I said, I barely understood what was going on, but I know all the adults that was always just so focused in on it, and they were just talking about like, oh my gosh, we got to figure out what to do. And I'm like, I mean, if he did a bad thing, right? And I was like, well, you don't know if he really did it. I'm like, okay, whatever.
It's really one of the most fascinating cases to watch. I don't think I ever cared before about any trial, and I don't think I ever cared after until recently about any trial. Like the Menendez brothers stuff, like I wasn't paying any attention to that. And here's the other thing. School didn't stop for any other trial that I've ever heard of before or since. We stopped what we were doing in the middle of class, and everybody turned on the TV to hear the verdict.
Yeah. I think it was because all the adults wanted to know. All the adults were so invested, so just all in on this, and it's like nah, I can't do anything unless I figure this out.
Yeah. And I was in high school at the time. I'm older than Ashton. So I was in high school when this happened. And it was kind of funny how things have changed. All right. So you go talk to 100 people and ask them their thoughts on OJ. And I guarantee you a vast majority are going to be negative. You're not going to find a lot of support for OJ, and a lot of that's because of what he's done since.
Yeah,
A lot of his attitude and the way he's like, "Oh, let me write this book about what I would have done
if I had done it."
Right? Like, I mean,
like, come on, man.
stupid. Then he goes and he robs people who are and to steal his own stuff.
Yeah,
Like-
I'm like OJ, you are just wilding out here, bro. You think you can get away with murder again?
Yeah, like gosh, like I thought Tyson was crazy, but man,
Like as we got older, it's like, yeah, just go away, OJ. Just go sit down somewhere.
yeah. But let me tell you
Go sit
this:
down somewhere.
when the verdict happened, the sentiment for a lot of, I mean, where I was, and I was in a private Christian high school, all right, Orange Lutheran High School. The sentiment was completely different back then. When OJ was found not guilty, at least my generation, we all cheered. We were just like, yes, justice. Like, we were so happy.
And I think that goes to because of how much of a football star he was.
Right. And my generation, apart from my wife, likes the Naked Gun. And he even gets a shout out in the reboot, which I'm gonna have to do an honest review on because that movie was insane. But yeah, honestly, there may not be in the course of history in my lifetime, all right, not before, because there's a lot of oh, my computer just completely changed on me because I have it set to, sorry, I have it set to when like the sun comes out that it goes from dark mode to light, and so both of my screens just went and it freaked me out. But yeah, in my lifetime, I don't know if there's a sports moment or story that was bigger than that. I mean, everybody knew about it. Like, you didn't have to be a football fan to, when that was over, you knew everything you could know about OJ.
Right.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. All right, Ashton, your turn.
Well, since you want to start with OJ and criminal activity.
All right. Greatest sports moment.
let's bring it all the way back over here to Atlanta
Oh.
with another football star on trial
Oh.
for something that a lot will say he didn't do, and others will say, well, how could he not know? I'm talking about Michael Vick.
Right.
And the dog
The
fight.
dogs fighting. Yeah. Oh.
Oh my goodness. That was
Wow.
an event right there.
I gotta admit, the uproar for that was louder than the uproar for two human beings being murdered.
Yeah. And
Do
I've
not
said this
touch dogs.
for forever. People love animals more than other people.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We're looking at you, Peter. Peter will will insult people all day and night to get their point across. Like they literally put a billboard up at one point that had a obese woman on it and made a whale joke.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. And you know what? And the world did not erupt from that. because
Nope.
well, yeah, save the whales.
Oh, that's so terrible.
Isn't it?
That's so terrible.
Whew.
But yeah, man, this whole Michael Vick thing, man. It's see like the details of the whole thing. It's it's it was all there, but people just they can't. It's either they can't understand or they don't want to give. They never wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt of him actually not knowing
Right.
because they don't realize how he's. Yeah, it's his house, but he had family living there,
Right.
right? And then when you're playing football and you're out on the road most of the time, that's a lot of time that you're not at home,
Right.
and like you have a schedule, and I'm almost, and it's his whole family knew his schedule.
Right.
Like they knew when he was going to be home or where he was going to be and what all that stuff like that. Because when you're when you're as famous as he was good as he was doing commercials, signings, uh, all the games he was at, all promotional events that he was going to. Just he was even in some music videos that the people wanted him to be at. He just had a bunch of stuff going on where it's like he had to be on a schedule. And when you're on a schedule and your family knows, I'm just gonna keep it a buck. A famous athlete's family would take advantage of that athlete more than anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And I fully believe that's what his cousin was doing, taking advantage of him.
Yeah. And that's a very common thing.
Yeah.
Because and it's why like when there are places that you can go if you get a lot of money quickly, like let's say you win the lottery, something like that. There are classes you can take. There are people that give advice on what not to do. And you really you want to know what not to do. Michael Vick's a great example, but look at MC Hammer. MC Hammer today should be a multimillionaire easy. And he let so many people take advantage of his generosity, and people tend to bring in all these people, their entourage, and then they're like, oh yeah, no, here's $200,000 to really do nothing, to just stand there and tell me how great I am. And all of a sudden they're like, wait, where'd all my money go?
I mean, it happens with athletes all the time. You see, like athletes get drafted to the NFL, $1 million contracts and whatnot. 10, $20 million, $20 million contracts, and then they're there for a season or two, and then they're out, and then like a year later they're broke.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like half of that is because their entourage or their family is saying, "Hey, you got it. You can just pay for this. You got it. You got it. You got it." And it's always you got it. You got it. You got it. And then, they make you feel bad. They guilt trip you through stuff, and it's like, "Hey, man, you made it out, and you're supposed to take us with you. We're family. This, that, and the third." I'm like, and I be thinking, I'm like, man, that is horrible.
Yeah.
Like you got to be real scummy to try and take advantage of your own family who worked hard to get to where they're at. And then when you screw up and they lose everything, now it's all like, oh man, you lost everything.
Right.
Like, nah, you screwed this up for me. But I'm all about accountability. You got to take it. He has to take accountability of his decisions to, do certain things that allow certain people to have so much access to his wealth and whatnot.
Right.
But yeah, man, that dogfighting ring, it's that almost ruined his career completely.
Yep. And I've talked about my timing, right?
Hmm?
Like I got this tattoo, the Batman v Superman tattoo, and it was like the next day, Henry Cavill, they were like, "No, he's not really coming back. We're rebooting everything." Well, it was literally like two weeks or so, like 2 weeks to a month before the whole Michael Vick thing went down, that I went and I was going through Big Five or whatever, and I bought a Michael Vick football. And so I was the proud owner of a black and red Michael Vick football when all that went down. I still love that football, though. I used it for a long time. Like, you wouldn't know.
My girlfriend still has her Michael Vick jersey, so
Yeah.
But yeah, but for him though, I understand why people were skeptical of him when he said he didn't know anything and whatnot. I understand that the skepticism that people have, but I've always looked at people and like I've always told them, I was like, how often do you go somewhere and then not realize something is happening?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it happens all the time. I'm like, there's so much stuff that happens in your own house that you have no idea is going on until you either stumble upon it or something happens where people are in trouble. Mm-hmm. You're like, how did I miss this?
If you have children,
and then when your life is not as hectic as his, it's like, I think about it like my life is not too hectic, and I know I miss a lot. I miss things. Mm-hmm. I try not to, but I know I do. And then it's like, man, if I was famous and I had all these things to do, I would miss a lot of stuff.
Right. Well, think about this. I mean, just here's something very basic, very simple. Okay. So you were there in 2019 when I threw my wife a surprise birthday party. Mm-hmm. My wife had no clue, and I had an office full of boxes with party supplies, all kinds of things. I'm paying for a bunch of stuff. I did so much, and I had so much stuff going on in our home, and she didn't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very easy. Just plan a surprise party, and if the person you're surprising doesn't find out, there you go. That's how easy it is to keep secrets in your own household.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm glad. I was actually glad he got signed to teams again and was playing for a little while after that. So it ended off with him not losing everything and continue playing. But yeah.
All right, next one, Ashton. What do you want to? Where do you want to go? Baseball, basketball. We've now covered. We each did a football one. We got pro sports and pro wrestling. Other. What do you want to hear?
Let's go with hockey.
Hockey. So that's other. Because I don't have a lot of hockey stuff. Because I'll be honest, I'm not.
I only have one hockey thing.
You do? Okay. Well, I'm gonna go with the thing I think you won't have. Because there's only one big hockey story that I really know, like one really big one, and it has the a really famous call from the announcers, but I'm gonna go with when Wayne Gretzky became the all-time NHL scoring leader, and that might not seem like a big moment to a lot of people. But I grew up not being a huge hockey fan, and the only reason I ever watched it was because of Wayne Gretzky, and he was on the Kings.
Wayne Gretzky was the only hockey player that I've known ever.
Right. And
I've gone to hockey games.
I have too. I've gone to a bunch of Ducks games. I've gone to a few LA Kings games at the Forum, which I loved the Forum. But yeah, Gretzky was it. Like, I think I knew there was one guy that was like, his name was Guy, but it was spelled Gay. And I think he was on the Ducks. It was like Gay Ledouche, or I don't know, I don't remember. No, that's from MXC. But it was Guy, but it was spelled G. I remember that. But yeah, like, I mean, I could probably name a few more now that I'm older, like Mario Lemieux. But even then, it's older guys. I don't think I've watched a hockey game since, I don't know, arena football was a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I had one of my friends. She wanted to. She's a diehard Kings fan,
Mm.
and when I was living in California, she's always been wanting to take me to a Kings game, and I was like, I'm like, yeah, I'll go. Just let me know when, and I'll pick you up and we'll go. But just things just never worked out, and I never got to go to a Kings game.
Yeah. I mean, it's the crowds are fun. They're pretty rowdy crowds at times and stuff like that. At least the Kings games were, and the Ducks. I got to give credit, man. Anaheim's not the best sporting town around. Like we're like just ahead of San Diego. Like our team has to be winning, right? For the most part. But the Ducks, I mean, for whatever reason, we were so excited to have that Disney team show up, and people were pretty rabid for quite a while, and they actually won one of the Stanley Cups. I think they've won once,
Oh,
but
that's good.
I mean I don't know. It shows how much I pay attention, but yeah, no, and that's why the moment here for Wayne Gretzky becoming the all-time NHL scoring leader I have on my list is without Wayne Gretzky, I think there's a lot of people that don't know anything about hockey.
Yeah.
Like Wayne Gretzky's kind of like if you're talking to someone that doesn't know anything about pro wrestling and you say, "What's pro wrestling?" and they might give you Hulk Hogan,
Yeah.
right? Oh, isn't that's what Hulk Hogan did, right? Like, yeah. That's what's hockey? Oh, that's that Wayne Gretzky. That's his deal. The Tour de France. Oh, that's that Lance Armstrong.
Yeah. There's every sport has their their face.
Right.
They're that one player or that one person or the one athlete for that represents the entire thing.
Yeah. And for a lot of people, Wayne Gretzky was that guy. But I'd like
Yeah.
to know what your hockey moment was. And if it's not the same as my other one here, then we're gonna have to do another one right after.
Okay, so I had one, but now I have two.
Oh no. He's got
Yeah.
two. All right. What do you got? Well, give me one of them.
So, continue on with their Wayne Gretzky.
Okay.
Quite recently, as of this year, his record has been broken.
Was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
there. I don't know players' names, but I saw it It came across my feed, and his record was broken, and he actually congratulated the guy who did it, and it was I think it happened a couple months ago.
Wow. That was
So
one of
yeah,
those I wasn't sure. There's a lot of records out there now that I'm just like I don't think that'll ever be broken because the games are all played very different.
yeah. Every 5 to 10 years, man, the game gets new rules and things have like the way players play changes, and like you have how it used to go, and now it is what it is now. You always hear when people talk about like who's the goat of whatever sport or anything like that. You older people will say someone from their generation.
Right.
New like young kids will say someone from their generation.
Well, in our case,
And
we're right.
yeah. But yeah. So yeah, within a few months ago, his record was broken, and he was there to congratulate the guy who did it. And so yeah, that's one of my two.
All right, I got a question for you, Ashton. It's time to. I mean, we gotta. Let's just get to it, because the debate has gone on long enough. Who is the greatest of all time in the NBA? Is it Michael Jordan? Is it Kobe? Is it LeBron? Or is it other? Is it somebody else that's not in the conversation?
What is your metric?
My metric is, well,
The metric of the greatest of all time. People will say it's Jordan because he has six championship rings, that he went to the final 6 times and won 6 rings.
and he
Okay.
was in Space Jam.
Oh, I'm like, okay. Well, if that's your metric, then Jordan is not the goat. If your metric is if your metric is awards and how much things that they won, Jordan, LeBron, and Kobe, they're not the goat.
Oh, then who's the GOAT?
I bel I think Wilt Chamberlain has more than all of them.
Wilt scored 100 points in one game. I know that, and he was,
Yeah.
and he supposedly got with like what 10,000 women, something like that. That was his
Something
brag.
like
So like obviously that what that meant is that he had to take a break during every game
that.
if you're gonna do that much
Right.
work. But
But
yeah,
I would say the GOAT conversation, there is never a GOAT.
right.
There's the
It's
greatest
too
of
hard.
this time. That's what that is. Because there's Jordan, who was the greatest of at his time, and then there was Kobe, who was the greatest of his time,
Right.
and now it's LeBron, who's the greatest of his time.
Right.
So I don't look at the term GOAT and say that there's one person who's better than everybody of all time. No, that's a lie. There's very few. There's very few times where I can say that there is an actual GOAT where there's one person that does something that a lot of that a lot of people do,
Mhm.
and because everyone compares themselves to that one person.
Right.
Now, yes, a lot of people compare Jordan. They say, "Oh, they're the next Michael Jordan." But with you, when you have Kobe, who's so good at the game, where sometimes Jordan isn't even mentioned, and Kobe is put in his place, you can there's legitimate reasons for Kobe being the greatest.
Right.
People can talk whatever however they want to talk. Oh man, the flop or whatever, and all this other stuff,
The flop.
and say, well, LeBron will never be as great as because he's a flopper and this, that, and the third, and blah blah. But you cannot dismiss his longevity, uh, all the teams he's had to be on, the amount of times he's been on a team where he didn't have a whole squad with him, and he still took them to the finals. People will say, well, people will say the game was harder back in the day, but other teams were full teams, and now, well, for a good long while, there were teams that were built around one player,
Right.
right? When you have a full team versus one player, the full team is always going to beat the one player, no matter how good they are.
Right.
You know,
I want to make a thing because I've been thinking this whole time like I don't know like I know a lot of people say like the game was harder like I don't know if how true that is.
it was more physical because there were a lot more fights.
That's what I mean. I was gonna say that the game was a lot tougher physically. Like you didn't have to flop back in the day, right? And we know flopping's a thing now. Let's
Yeah,
let's
well,
you know,
because back in the day when it happened, the refs just let it go.
right, right.
Now, any little hand tap foul.
Right. It's I mean that you see the same thing in football.
Mhm.
They coddle the quarterbacks and stuff, and the thing is you want. I'm still of that mindset. Like like I'm a big pro wrestling fan. I'd rather my violence be controlled. you know,
Yeah.
I prefer two guys in the ring taking care of each other, but making it look like they're beating the hell out of each other, than UFC, where they're legitimately bashing each other with fists and elbows and everything else. Um, I'm not saying anything wrong with it, but that's just my personal preference. So a lot of these rules I like because it takes care of these guys. It lets them have
Yeah.
longer, better careers. It allows them to have better lives outside of the
Oh yeah,
game.
absolutely. And I think as fans, we forget that they have lives outside of what we're watching.
I'm
And if we're okay with them getting hurt, for our entertainment, we need to be okay with them being taken care of. And a lot of times they're not getting taken care of
Right.
because we want to see brutality.
I'm wondering if I accidentally said Michael Jackson at one point.
No.
Because in the chat, was he in competition with Prince?
Oh, it's probably talking about who I was
No?
thinking of.
What happened? Well, we're waiting. Oh, she's putting it in the chat, so I don't have to wait. But anyway, the correct answer is Michael Jordan.
Oh.
No, so here's the thing. Like, I hate when people start getting into the the greatest of all time talk, the Mount Rushmore of this or that. I think it's stupid, especially when
I think Mount Rushmore is fine.
yeah, but it's like they do it for wrestling all the time. And every time it's legitimately just a personal preference.
Yeah.
Because but the way that I kind of tend to look at it is you look at skill. I don't know if you can really take the skill aspect away from Kobe over or you take Michael and say Michael had a lot more skill than Kobe, or Kobe has a lot more skill than LeBron. I think Michael had to develop through college and things before he became as skilled as he became, whereas Kobe was right out of high school, LeBron was right out of high school, and did pretty well right away.
Yeah.
And their all three of them have one thing in common, which is their work ethic, which is just unbelievable. But the one metric that is hard to argue with, because you can throw stats out there all day, you can throw wins out there all day, but there's so many variables that go along with that. I think that, to me, when we're talking about who's the greatest of all time, I like to look also at what did they do to bring for the game, right? And to me, the reason why it's hard for me to really look at anybody as being greater than Michael was I grew up during that era, and I knew how big Michael was, how he transcended the industry of the NBA. And without Michael, you don't have LeBron in Space Jam. Without Michael, I mean, we might have gotten there. I don't know. But Kobe wasn't that kind that did those kinds of, Kobe was all about the game.
That's why I said what's your metric on the GOAT.
Right. And I was just having fun with you, but yeah, but I think, and like you said too, it's generational. So it's very hard for someone like me. It's very hard for someone to convince me, no steroids or whatever, it doesn't matter. I take things as they come, but it's hard for someone to tell me that Aaron Judge is better than Barry Bonds. I'm sorry. I'm not convinced yet. Right. It's hard for somebody to tell me that, was it Pat Mahomes over at Kansas City is a better quarterback than Joe Montana? Because I look at football different. My style of football definitely leans more towards old school football. The 90s were some of my favorite era for football because it was a great era for running backs with Barry Sanders and Emmitt Smith. And I was a running back. I was a fullback, right? I cleared a path for the tailback, and I was good at it. And you might not know it to look at me, but I was squatting 500-600 pounds, and I was running people over. And that was high school, by the way. And, like guys like Troy Aikman and John Elway and Dan Marino and Steve Young. I mean, these were quarterbacks that stood in the pocket.
Yeah.
And took a pounding. And the guys now are way better athletes. So I'm just so you guys, I'm not bashing on anybody. They are amazing. They have every tool that you need. They can run, they can throw, they can do it. I just like the era of, I think, that style of quarterback where it was in the pocket, read the defense, and it kind of went away when Brady finally walked away. I kind of feel like he was the last one, and now we're into the hybrid era of quarterbacks. Is that am I off base there? I mean, I don't know. That's just how I feel. But I don't watch. I have ESPN Plus. I
don't watch much. I don't watch much football, but I see what you're getting at.
Like, I still like college. I like college better.
Oh yeah.
Like, they still play the game a little bit more old school. I when I played, especially in high school, we ran an option offense. So our running plays were a lot of them were options to where the quarterback would. I was option number 1 as the fullback, and if my hole was clogged up, that meant they sent 3 or 4 guys on me, and then he would go around and either he would take it or then he'd pitch it back to the tailback to run it around. I always loved that. I love the idea of that. I love the concept of that. And I always felt like if you could establish a strong running game, it did nothing but bolster your passing game. But everybody throws. And the guy that gets the most rushing yards a lot of times is your quarterback.
Yeah, I know. I noticed. I started noticing that. I'm like, man, these quarterbacks are getting a lot of rushing yards. Like, why?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like, you want to protect them, but then you're throwing them out there and running. I mean, they slide a lot.
Your job is to get the ball to somebody else, not for you to get the ball and take it. But,
right.
I mean, if you got the hole, then take it, man. Whatever.
All right, guys. Hey, we're going to take a quick little musical interlude. When we come back, we've only gone through like 3 or 4 moments. So we're going to start doing giving you a lot more moments as we go here, because a lot of these aren't going to require a whole lot of talking about them because but we just started off with some ones that really did, like the OJ thing. I mean, you can't help it. But here we go, guys. The other thing we're doing today is I didn't go out and specifically write songs about sports moments or anything like that. Again, we're in a different mode, and at the end of the show I want to throw some stuff at you. But what I wanted to give you instead was some of my favorite inspirational songs that I've written, some of the songs that are uplifting and motivating to kind of get you in that positive frame of mind, because what I want you to do this weekend is I want you to leave this show feeling good, feeling happy, and going out, taking that vibe that you get from us and taking it out into whatever it is you have to do this weekend and make it the best one you've had in a long time. So that's our goal. So that's what we're going to give you right now. So don't go anywhere, folks. This is the Positively Pat Sims Show on WANT Radio and live streaming right here on YouTube. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Feet on the edge, no fear in your shoes, chasing the sun, the world your muse, heart beating wild, it can't be tamed. Life's not a riddle, it's just a flame. Rain on your face, wash off the doubt, shout to the mountains, let it all out. The wind in your hair whispers to run, the map you follow, drawn by the sun. Breathe the sky, stretch much higher, to truly live, to taste the fire. A life not measured in days or years, but in laughter loud and conquered fears. Colors explode, conquered fears. All the scars they paint your soul, proof of battles once untold. Embrace the falls, the wild, the free. Living's a dance with eternity. Breathe the sky, stretch much higher to truly live, to taste the fire. A life not measured in days or years, but in laughter loud and conquered fears.
Sims Nation, welcome back. This is the Positively Pat Sims Show on WANT Radio, as well as live streaming right here on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, you would have seen that image that we were showing was of the catch. Joe Montana throwing that and the amazing catch that was made there. Let me see. I think I do have it here. Yeah. Where Joe Montana drives the San Francisco 49ers down the field for the Super Bowl winning drive. It was an amazing catch, an amazing moment. And growing up, for me, I'm going to say this. So living in Southern California, for a while, there were a couple of teams down here. And so, for example, like, we had the Oakland Raiders were the L.A. Raiders when I was growing up. We also had the L.A. Rams, and the Rams played at Anaheim Stadium. Anaheim Stadium, for a lot of people, might not remember or know that it used to be a full 360. It started off looking the way that it does now, and then they turned it into a full stadium that would house both baseball and football. And to say it was a little overkill for both is an understatement, because neither the Rams nor the Angels really ever drew very well. Not for a while. And I didn't root for... I wanted the Rams to win, but they never did. The Rams just weren't very good for until they went to St. Louis. They were never any good. So I'm like, I need a team to root for that wins every now and then. So I kind of became a San Francisco 49er fan. And I liked the Niners. I actually liked the Giants as well, which sounds crazy being from the Los Angeles, Orange County area, because that's like sacrilege. Yeah. How dare you? People have gotten beat up in the parking lot of Dodger Stadium for being a fan of the Giants. But I think a lot of that, too, goes to what we were talking about. Like, it's the players more than the team.
People follow players. Like my oldest son, he likes a new team every year. I'm like, dude, pick a team and just rock with the team. Whether they win, he goes, well, I don't really like teams. I like players. I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. Whatever. You're fine then.
In the chat here, it says there are teams that I can't or won't get behind because of the fans. And I can understand that. A lot of people gave the Raiders flack for a long time because of their fans.
Oh, man, their fans are just wild.
And I think Aaron Sparks, remember Aaron? Like, I think he's an Oakland Raider fan, but I think are they in Vegas now?
I think so.
Okay, shows you how much I know. So, like I said, like I love sports. I played sports, and I'm gonna be honest here. I think when I got to a point where I knew that my playing days had pretty much wrapped up, which would have been when I gained a ton of weight. And then more recently, when I had my shoulder replaced, well, there goes your ability to competitively play sports. And I think when
Right.
that gets taken away from you, if you're not a super fan, like I'm a super fan of wrestling. I'm a super fan of WWE. I never did WWE. I never did pro wrestling, so it's not like I'm missing anything. But unless you're a super fan of a team or something like that, which you see everywhere, you know, Red Sox fans, Yankees fans, Cubs fans, are just to name a few rabid fans. When you play a game and then you can't, and that's kind of taken away from you,
Yeah.
you kind of back away from it in general. And that's kind of what happened to me. Like I'll watch the Super Bowl. Mainly because I just like the atmosphere of going to a Super Bowl party and hanging out with good people and stuff like that. You know me. I like gatherings.
Yeah. That's actually why I go to Super Bowl parties.
Yeah. But like
being around people and just enjoying the atmosphere in the moment.
Right. And I mean, like I would love to watch baseball, but we don't have cable. We just got the ESPN Unlimited because the WWE PLEs are moving to ESPN. And so I'm like, well, maybe I'll try watching that. I think the most of any sport so far that I've watched on ESPN was I watched a little bit of the whatever that thing is, banana ball, whatever.
Where the guys start dancing.
Yeah.
And just the distractions and whatnot.
Right. I've
The
watched
Harlem Globetrotters of baseball.
Right. I've watched some of that, and I'm kind of like, okay. Like it to me, it's like a flashier version of minor league baseball, because minor leagues they've been doing that kind of stuff for years, just without the flips and everything else. But like all the stuff they do outside of that, minor leagues do a lot of things to entertain fans, and a lot of people don't know that because you don't go to minor league games. But I watched like an entire show of cornhole. And for those of you that don't know what cornhole is, it's beanbag tossing, right? And so it's like,
I think everybody knows what it is, but they just didn't know what it's called, cornhole.
Right, like I did.
I know. I used to go to bars during the day, and I know it sounds bad, day drinking, whatever. But
how dare you?
But yeah, they would like have like there were certain places in LA that would have an area, like some places got pool or darts, whatever. Other places had cornhole. I was like, is that like, are they playing cornhole over there? I said, you know what? This is nothing but a really big beer pong game for me.
Right. What's really crazy is these guys are so good at it that
I know
90% of the time the bag goes right in the hole, and it's like, where's the fun in this? But the same thing. My wife and I. It was a few years ago. We were watching the guys throw axes at targets, and I'm like, "Ooh, let's watch this." And it was like bullseye, 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 and I'm like, make them take a step back every time they hit a bullseye. Like, they're not making this any more challenging. They're 10 feet away, bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. I'm like,
yeah,
throw an obstacle in their way or something. Like if you were that good in a video game, it would add things to it to make it more challenging. Or there'd be a big gust of wind that would blow your axe away or something. But these guys are so good at it. And that's another thing too. Like when the better players are at something, there's certain. Let me walk back a second. It doesn't always work that way, right? You have a great basketball player can make the game a lot of fun, right? A great baseball player can make the game a lot of fun. A great quarterback, a great running back. Barry Sanders, I would watch any Detroit Lions game just to watch that guy run. Right, but these individual sports, these ones where it's just like darts, anything that throws at a target, the better you get, the more boring that thing becomes.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, but I feel like you're right, because like anytime I see individual sports where people are really, really good, for it to be exciting for me, they have to do some kind of like trick move.
Right.
If they're not doing a trick move, it's like, okay, well, I knew you was gonna make it.
So my wife, she's not sure what the connection here is, but she said giving you the infinite rocket launcher was the best. Which is, she's talking about Resident Evil 4. When we would beat the game.
That was great.
That was awesome. Yeah, I don't know how that's connected, but it was fun. Yeah. It's funny because that doesn't make me any good at the game. It just means I get to blow everybody up.
It's always fun blowing stuff up,
right?
Especially when you can do it unlimitedly.
But like, and for an example, like, and this is a bad example, but let's say you're playing Wii Sports Resort. All right, you play bowling, just standard bowling, and you get really good at it. There are multiple different ways to play bowling on there to keep it entertaining. There's one where there's obstacles in your way, that things are moving, and the better you are at it, the more obstacles it actually puts in your way.
Yeah, that'd be great if we did it in real life.
That would be amazing. And I've wanted to go bowling again for a long time. I actually feel like since my surgery, I've improved my arm so much, I've gained so much strength that I could pick up a medium weight bowling ball, and as long as I don't, go crazy like I used to, I would love to bowl again. I think that would be a lot of fun. I missed bowling. Bowling was really fun, and bowling, like, I liked bowling when these professional bowlers would go up there and leave the 7-10 split.
Yeah, any time that happens, I'm like, I'll be flipping through channels or whatever. I'll be scrolling through stuff, and if I see a bowling video and there's a split, I stop and I'm like, how are they going to get this?
Right, and they'll get it from time to time.
Oh yeah,
I mean, not always, but man, and that's what I like. I really like that. All right, let's get back to these moments. As we technically didn't really go off topic because we kept it about sports.
Kept it about sports.
But I'm going to pick this one here, because it's a huge moment, and it affected sports, but it came from the WWE. It did not include major sports like LT, Mike Tyson, Ronda Rousey. A lot of those guys have been involved in WWE. But this was not about an athlete or a professional athlete. What this was about was a moment in time where the entire world stopped. I know here in this country it stopped for sure, but everyone around the world took notice of this one moment, and I don't want to say we celebrated the anniversary of it, but we remembered the anniversary of 9/11, which was just a couple of days ago. It was everybody alive on that day can tell you exactly where they were, what they were doing, and probably what they did for the rest of the day on that day. Right? I can tell you my entire day when that happened, from the moment I woke up until George Bush addressed the country. Is that the entire thing I remember. And I was in 3 different places during that time. I didn't go to work because they wouldn't allow us to, because I was in a very tall building and they weren't letting anybody into really tall buildings on that day. So it was absolutely crazy. But what happened was the WWE, as they tend to do, is go against the grain, kind of do their own thing and make statements. And Vince was especially one that liked to make a statement. And he said, we are going to have SmackDown right after 9/11. Nobody was gathering in big. Everyone was scared. There was a lot of fear going around, like, let's not get 10,000 people into arena because who knows what's going to happen. And Vince was like, nope, that's exactly what we need to do. And WWE was the first to have a gathering of that size, but I think it was somewhere between 12 and 15,000 people gathered for SmackDown. And that is a huge moment in sports because that moment kind of told everybody, like, okay, we can start the process of getting back into this. And very shortly thereafter, we started getting baseball games again. We started, and that moment of like Sammy Sosa running. I might not have been a big Sammy fan, but when Sammy ran with that American flag out into the outfield, I teared up. I was so emotional. And it was such a crazy time to be alive.
Yeah.
The things that people have had to deal with in their lifetime, I don't know what the Great Depression was like. And I hate when people try to say like, oh, we're headed towards the next this, or oh, this is almost as bad. Now, like if you weren't alive and you don't know, don't pretend like you know. We've been through some financial hard times, but not a Great Depression. I wasn't there for Pearl Harbor. My grandparents were. My grandparents also lived through 9/11. And to them, those moments were equally as devastating. And I hope I never see anything like that again in my lifetime. And to know that my grandparents had to watch something like that twice is really, really sad. And then we've had COVID and all kinds of things. And COVID was a whole nother deal for sports. I mean, I'll never forget looking out into when they started playing games and you'd see cardboard people in the stands. I mean, it was hilarious.
Yeah, man.
But the first SmackDown after 9/11 to me, and again, this is a very personal one, was such a moment in time because it gave me hope in a time.
I see why it is.
Yeah. I mean, everybody else was preaching fear. And you see that a lot today.
Mm-hmm.
You see that a lot today. People are we have a very fearful society. We have a society that's full of people that are just kind of waiting to play the victim. And
waiting to play the victim or wanting to play the Punisher.
Right. Exactly. And so you're fearful on either way. You're either afraid of the Punisher or you're afraid of becoming a victim. It doesn't matter, but it's being thrown at you. That's the outside world coming at you, and that's part of what I wanted to get at later on in the show. But I just remember that was such a big deal then, and there were a lot of people that were trying to legitimately come together and get people to get back to life and stuff like that. And it's just one of the great reasons why I've always loved and appreciated WWE. Ashton, do you have any thoughts on that SmackDown before you get to one of your moments?
No, actually, you pretty much said what I would have said. You got it all out. I mean, there's nothing much to say because you're right that they made it okay to gather again and let us know that life can go on. You know, they had all the superstars, talk about it. They had little vignettes of all the big superstars talk about it. They gave a chance for all the newer superstars to say something about it. So everybody was able to say something. Everybody was able to go out and perform for everyone. So yeah, man. That SmackDown. It really did show everybody that life can go on. We can have some kind of normalcy, as well as still feel, how we feel about the tragedy that happened.
Right. Yeah. We need. This might not sound right, but it's true. We need to be distracted from time to time. Life is very, very difficult. I don't care if you're rich. I don't care if you're poor. Life is not easy. It throws you curveball after curveball, and once you've realized how to hit the curveball, it throws a 105-mile-an-hour heater right at your head. And when I was growing up, I was getting a lot thrown at me. And WWE was the escape I needed to get through it. Because you need something that's going to give you the positivity, the hope inside. And whatever it is that you find that gives that to you. Why do you think a lot of people turn to comic books? Why are so many people fans of Superman? What Superman's S alone stands for hope. Usually, the good guy wins in the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Thanos might have won the battle in Infinity War, but the Avengers won the war in Endgame. The good guy wins at the end of the day. That's why I became such a huge Hulk Hogan fan. It's why, I was so happy that I always liked The Undertaker, but I was so happy when The Undertaker would be a good guy because I'm like, okay, good. Now, the good guy can win. And we need those things in our lives. And I encourage you to get out there and find them, and sports can do that for you. Sports, a lot of people have misconceptions of it, but it's really, especially major league sports, professional sports, it's more entertainment than it is anything else. It's there to give you however long the game goes for, which a lot of sports go about like 2-3 hours. However long the game is, it's there. It's designed to let you just live vicariously through these athletes and feel like you're a part of something. And it's incredible. It's really incredible. So, all right, Ashton, give me your next moment. And then for the next 2 hours, after we get done with this hour, we're going to do things a little bit different. We're going to switch things up. And but stay tuned for that. But Ashton, your next moment that you would like to bring up on your list.
So we're going WWE right now, right?
Sure.
Well, I mean, because you started off, you did what a WWE you wanted to talk. Okay.
Go for it.
Or wrestling, I should say. I'm going to say Hulk Hogan joining NWO.
Ooh. That's huge.
That was a huge moment.
Yep. That was huge. And what's really funny, and you might be shocked. Well, I think I might have told you this, but anybody who knows me would be shocked if they don't know this. So that was 1996. And it was summer of 1996. So I was in the midst of going into my junior year, which was one of my best years as a football player. And so I'm in the middle of all the summer workouts and everything for football. I'm completely invested in high school and high school sports. I was not following professional wrestling. The new generation era just was not cutting it for me. I liked Brett. And I liked what Sean could do in the ring, but I didn't care for his character.
Okay.
And everybody around there, I just wasn't into. I thought it was too cartoony. I'm like, they're obviously trying to get the next generation, the elementary school kids. I'm high school. They're going after the younger crowd. So
Too good for that.
I just fell out of it, and I got a lot more into what I was doing. And man, when Hogan turned, the next day at practice, it was all we talked about. And I was like, nah, you're lying. Like, there's no way. There's no way that
I think like around that time is when I was getting into wrestling. And I knew the wrestlers, and I knew which one was the good guys, which one was the bad guys. But I didn't know how important a lot of them were in their roles, right?
Right.
And then even for me, when Hogan, I believe it was the NWO was basically destroying Randy Savage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Hogan comes out. I'm like, oh, he's about to come out and help out Randy Savage.
Yep.
All right. And I'm like, wait, what? What did he do to him? What did Randy Savage do to Hulk Hogan? And I was like, wow. So even for me, who wasn't a huge as a fan as I am now,
Right.
even I back then understood it. This was a big moment.
Man. I think that's kind of like almost like an understatement to call it a big moment. I mean, it literally, again, it was like, we've talked about this with a few of the things we did. Everything seemed to stop and take notice. And you have to almost wonder, where would professional wrestling be without it? Because I don't think that moment works with anybody else. Like Sting was talking about.
The moment doesn't work with anybody else. And I think the only thing that would be different is the NWO would not. The NWO probably would have went away pretty quick.
Right. And because of that, though, without the NWO, does WCW, maybe over time, but seeing what happens outside of WCW, because it was owned by Turner, right? Mm-hmm. So no matter what happens with WCW, unless they're making, hundreds of millions of dollars, they're still going to get rid of WCW. They're still going to kick them off the networks. WWE will still probably end up owning it.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of that doesn't change. It's what happens within the industry itself, though.
Yeah.
Without the NWO, do we get even the Attitude Era? Because, ECW was there, but without WCW really making a huge splash, does Vince feel like he needs to go the ECW route? Because without, you got to have, I think you got to have competition.
I think like DX wasn't DX a thing before Hogan, or
no.
did DX became a thing after?
After.
Okay.
DX was like 97.
Okay, so shortly after NWO took off, DX was created then.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
so yeah, you're right.
Because Vince was still.
If DX was created as the WWE's foil to NWO, then DX wouldn't have been a thing.
Yeah, I think
Probably
WCW gave them the go ahead to do those things, because it was like Vince was still on top when the NWO thing happened, and then after it happened, then you had 86 weeks, and WWE was on their heels, and they had to do something. And they added, getting behind Stone Cold, which that was 96, the King of the Ring 96. But people think that Stone Cold did his little Austin 316 line, and the next day he was the biggest star in the company. No, Austin.
That took some time.
It took time, right? 96. Okay, think about this, guys. So Austin said that at the King of the Ring 96. He didn't challenge Shawn Michaels at the next WrestleMania. He fought Bret Hart at the next WrestleMania, where he did the double switch. Hart became a heel. Austin became the good guy. By SummerSlam, Austin's still not challenging for the title. He's going after the Intercontinental title against Owen Hart, gets spiked on his head, and it was the time in between that and the Rumble when he's not wrestling, when he exploded to another level, because that was when the Stunner to Vince happened. And now, almost 2 years it took for that train to really get rolling, which is crazy to think about, because WWE likes to play it up as Austin 316, and boom, he was a rocket to space. Like, Jey Uso's yeet blew up faster.
Not really.
You don't think so?
No, because he was saying yeet back when he was still as they started the Uso Penitentiary.
Oh, that's true. Good call. Good call there.
When they was doing Uso Penitentiary before they joined the Bloodline is when Jimmy and Jay said yeet.
There's some weird things in wrestling that have caught on. Like,
you never know.
Yeet makes sense to me because it's very reminiscent of Yes. Of the Yes thing. However, the Yes thing for me was shocking that it got over.
I know.
But then it got cool. And people still do it to this day, and it makes sense. What really was funny was when he started doing no, and the fans would still go yes. Like, that was really cool. What?
Yeah. What?
I hate what. I only like it when Austin did it because that was funny. I hate when the crowd does it. Hate when the crowd does it because I'm very picky on when I think the crowd's allowed to kind of hijack a show, right? And I like seeing the energy and all that stuff, but I also am there to be entertained, and I want to hear the story that's being told. And so when you're giving a promo, that's not my time to interrupt every third word. Like, I want to see these guys do their thing. I hate what? Hate. But I liked when Austin did it. I thought that was funny. What?
What?
And woos became a big one. But I like that. I start.
You know what's crazy?
What's that?
I have never been I've never been a fan of Ric Flair.
I haven't either.
I'm like, the only thing I like of Ric Flair is his woo and his I'm a limousine riding, jet flying. That's what I like. But other than that, I'm like,
I like two things. I like the woo because, like, I'll go to a live event. I'll start a woo thing because, like, if you're sitting there and it gets quiet, you just do out a loud woo, and the entire arena will do it with you. It's fun. But
I'm sure.
The only thing that I love Flair for is he would do these flops.
Oh yeah, those are funny.
The face first flops. Other than that, I mean, like, his matches were
he excelled at promos.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, his matches to me were pretty lackluster. They were repetitive. They weren't. Huh?
It was the same moves over and over. He would, when he climbed the top rope, you knew he was getting thrown off. He always had his flip over the turnbuckle spot. There was a lot
again
of
the face plant.
Yeah, I loved that. I always loved, and I think the only other guy that ever did it, he tried to do it, but it never looked as good, was Greg Valentine. Greg the Hammer used to
Dolph
do
Ziggler tried it a few times.
Yeah, but Flair did it really, really well. It would be funny if Charlotte did it.
Oh my god!
2 steps forward, 1 step back. That'd be hilarious, and it would kind of fit the character she's doing right now.
Yeah,
because she's kind of playing kind of a comedic sort of character with Alexa Bliss. I'm really enjoying it.
I think every wrestler who had a role where they're serious all the time, they need to go the comedy role at some point.
Yeah,
they have to, because that serious role gets so boring, and it's like, oh, you're annoying now.
Well, and if you want proof,
because even for me, Brock Lesnar, I think Brock Lesnar's best work was when he didn't have the title.
Oh yeah, for sure.
His worst work is when he had, because all he would do the same thing over and over again.
Yep.
Paul would talk for him. He'd stand there, bounce, flex his muscles, suplex, F5.
Right.
Okay. I just called his entire match.
Yeah.
His next 15 matches for the next 3 years.
Right. Did you see last night's segment or hear about it? That was hilarious.
I did. I saw it. I was like, oh my God. Thank you, R-Truth.
Truth got him again. He always makes Brock crack. And that Ron Cena line.
Yeah.
Like, I thought, I was ready to cheer because I was hoping he was going to give me that I'm Ron Killings. But then he did I'm Ron Cena, and even I just burst out laughing. And Brock tried. Brock tried to hold it together.
He tried it. He tried to hold it. He was like,
yeah, he just couldn't. I love R-Truth. I love R-Truth.
Yeah.
All right, let's get some more moments here. I'm going to go. I mean, I haven't done any baseball, and that's the majority of my stuff here. So I'm going to throw out a personal one, because that way we get it out of the way so that the next 2 hours, when how we're going to do this, will be a little bit better. So It's the first one I wrote down because it was probably the biggest moment for me as a fan here in Orange County and growing up an Anaheim, California Angel fan. I don't even want to call them LA Angels, but I grew up with them. They never won. We never drew more than like 12, 15,000 people to a game in a place that sat 40. And 2002 rolled along, and I'm like, yeah, I've seen this before. Like 96, I think we were winning, and then we had the worst second half like ever, and Seattle came back and took it away. But 2002, man, the Anaheim Angels win the World Series in what was, for me, and this isn't just as an Angel fan, one of the best World Series I'd ever seen. 7 games, just great hitting, some great pitching. You had, I think Joe Buck said it best, it's a good day in baseball when the best player in the game gets to play in the biggest stage of the World Series, and that was Bonds at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to watch Francisco Rodriguez as a rookie. Nobody knew who that guy was, and he would go on later to set the single-season save record a few years later. You had Troy Percival, our closer, who made every save a nail-biting experience. But, I mean, this was a time when, like, I knew everybody. I knew every player. I knew, even on other teams, I could tell you at least half the roster back then. And you're talking about an Angel squad that had my boy Tim Salmon that I followed since his rookie year of 93. You had Troy Glass, Garrett Anderson, Darren Erstad, just this David Eckstein, just this great group. The Molina brothers behind the plate. And they were the comeback kids. They had the rally monkey kicked in 2002. The Thunder Sticks came into play in 2002. It was a circus, and I was loving every single minute of it. The only thing I didn't like was that the what do you call them, the fans that just show up because they're winning. Right? And you're like,
that started happening, huh?
Yeah, and it's like, oh, I can't go to the game. The real fan can't go to the game because bandwagon, that's what it is. Because the bandwagon fans are here. Like, you go to Boston and the where the Green Monster, I forget what the name of the field is there in Boston off the top of my head. But you go to Boston and you pretty much every game is full. You go to Wrigley Field, pretty much every game full. Go to Yankee Stadium, even though they're expensive as all get out, almost every game full.
Yeah.
Those are real fans, right? And there's a lot more real Angel fans now than there used to be because there's more people showing up to games now, but for a while
at that time it's like, I don't want to go buy a ticket for a team that's losing.
Right. Unless you were an actual real fan.
Yeah.
And I was there. I remember I was there for opening day for 2002, and I was there for opening day on 2003 because I was able to get in with a group that had an extra ticket. So I was able to go down there. I remember we were so excited because they had all the ceremonies and they raised the World Series champs flag, and Salmon hit a home run on opening day, and I'm like, yay, here we go, we're off to the races, and that didn't work out. So, but yeah, 2002, man, not just the Angels winning, but to get to watch a World Series like that. JT Snow was a star during that World Series, the first baseman for the Giants. He's the one that saved Dusty Baker's son as he's crossing home plate. Dusty Baker's son was like 3. And he's running. He's the bat boy. He's running to come get the bat. And there's JT Snow and somebody else, I forget who, running down to home plate. JT catches him out of the corner of his eye and just reaches out and grabs him and gets him out of the way. And I mean, JT is
that's situational awareness right there.
yes, and that's been always been JT Snow was amazing defensively and always had like the best hands in the business. And of course, you still had Jeff Kent over there in Chicago. Rob Nen was a very feared closer for San Francisco. Rob Nen, and of course, like I said, you had Bonds, and every time Bonds came to the plate, everybody would just stop what they were doing and be like, all right, what are we going to see? And he delivered. I remember he hit one that got replayed over and over. It went down. It was in Anaheim, and it went down the tunnel. And Tim Salmon, there's a camera on Tim Salmon, and he says that's the farthest ball I've ever seen hit. And it was pretty cool. So that's
nice.
That's a personal big moment for me. You were here in 2002, or no?
Nope.
You
I
weren't.
Was not. Nope,
That's
I was
right.
in Miami.
You were. That's right. You were
Good
in
old
Miami.
high school boy.
But I mean, do you remember all that? What?
No, I wasn't a big fan of baseball.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So,
But I mean, like, hey, man, honestly, like hearing how you talk about it, I would have loved to have been a fan to watch that, because that sounds like a time right there.
oh, well, you want to talk about it? So here's the really fun part. So we were glued to our television sets watching every game. So the game 6 was during a harvest festival at the school where my mom worked, at the church where we go. So everybody dresses up in costumes and goes around. There's games and all kinds of stuff for Halloween. And I was dressed as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a very cheap Obi-Wan costume. And my buddy Greg and I were watching the World Series. And the Giants are just walking away with it. I think they were up at one point like 6-0. And we're like, well, we both looked at each other and went, well, you know what, dude, congratulations. They earned it. Let's go have fun at the thing. Well, we're not far from Anaheim Stadium. And all of a sudden we start seeing fireworks. And we're like, what's going on? They don't play fireworks for the other team. What's going on? We go back in, and I don't know if it was a tape delay or we saw fireworks from somewhere else, because it was like the tape delay would have had to have been like 5 minutes, which doesn't happen. It's not that long of a delay. We came back in, and Scott Spezio was just walking up for his at-bat. And so we're like, okay, what's going on? All of a sudden, he hits the home run. Angels are back in the game. Angels end up winning the game, forcing a Game 7 that they end up winning. It was unbelievable.
Nice.
I'm like,
Nice.
I'm like, why is
that was good timing? That was good timing that y'all on y'all part that y'all saw it.
I'm always like, I always have moments in my life where I go, nothing is freaking random. I just, you cannot convince me that things aren't meant to happen the way that they happen. My whole life is that. Becoming a WWE fan, I feel like, was almost specifically to get me to eventually own my life with DDPY.
Yeah.
Being friends with a guy in college who wouldn't shut up about DDP put me on that track. Doing, all these things that led me to my wife and our children and everything. Like, I look at life as a blessing, and I don't care if I'm living in, in Anaheim when we had our house. Would I prefer to be in that house? Sure. But I got a roof over my head. I'm happy. I'm blessed. It's awesome. And if we weren't here, if I didn't go work at Volcom instead of good old Bebron, if I had stayed at Bebron, number one, I would have been miserable. And full well I would have been miserable because you took my place, right? Yeah. Ashton was.
Oh man,
Ashton was the heir apparent.
That I was like, oh my god, this is what he has to go through. Oh jeez,
it was rough. But had I stayed there, and this is now no offense to Beaver, had I stayed there, I might not be here today. Because it took losing our home, coming here, getting the job at Volcom, where I'm working nights, and I'm working at a job where I can walk all night. That got me to where I was able to make the changes I needed to make in my life to be healthy and happy. So do I regret any of it? No. I don't regret anything anymore. I used to. I don't regret the mistakes I've made because I've learned from them. I don't regret the bad choices I've made because it showed me how to make better choices in life. I believe that everything happens for a reason in your life. You just need to be open to understanding what those reasons are. And when you're sitting there saying, like, there's, just give me a sign. That you see people all the time. God, just give me a sign. Trust me, they're everywhere. It's you that just needs to open your eyes, and you'll find them. I promise you, they're everywhere. All right? Boom.
Right.
Inspiration on the Positively Pat Sim Show. Ashton, give me one more from your list.
All right, one more from my list. We're going baseball.
Baseball.
So, we're continuing on with the baseball trend. So,
Yes, sir.
this is a moment in history
I'm ready.
that it changed the entire game.
I'm here for it.
1947.
Oh, that's on my list. Yes. I know where you're going.
1947.
Yes, sir.
Number 47.
Number 47. The only retired number across all of baseball.
Joins the Brooklyn Dodgers. Mr. Jackie Robinson.
Yes, sir. Color barrier broken.
Man, if he didn't do it, I don't know when it would have happened.
And it had to be the right guy.
Absolutely. Because what he went through playing, I think most guys either would have quit or they would have gone off the deep end.
Yep.
And gotten in trouble.
Absolutely. 100%.
But Jackie, he took the hits and just kept going. In high school I read I did a report on him, and the things he went through, I can honestly say I would not have dealt with it.
Right.
I would have quit, or I would have committed murder.
Oh, it's sad.
So I would have either would have been in prison, in jail, or baseball would not have been my thing anymore. And I think a lot of it takes a strong person like that to be able to change the game, because he not only did he change it so that black people were saying we can do this too, he changed the minds of white people who didn't want him in the game at all.
Right.
It got people to look at him for him rather than the color of his skin.
Yep.
People were like, look, that's a damn good player. Let him play. I want my team to win. And if we're gonna use this colored boy to do it, we're gonna use the colored boy to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it went from that to like, that boy's taking a lot of crap, and I respect him. I respect him for doing what he's doing. Hey, leave him alone. Let him play.
Yep. It's absolutely incredible. And the funny part is, he wasn't even the best player at the time from like the Negro leagues and those kinds of things. Like, he wasn't the best athlete to choose from, but he was the right person, number one. But he was still so good that he made you stop and take notice.
Yeah.
He had the skills, he had the passion, he was aggressive on the running the bases. He was aggressive.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't think his intention was to change the game. I think his intention was to when he came up. I think the main thing that he probably wanted to do was to pave a path for everybody else to come behind him and take their,
not at first. Not
no?
at first. Not at first. It was just he wanted to play, and that's it.
True, right.
I want to play.
Right.
I'm just as good as you guys. I should be able to play.
Right.
And it went back to again to like, if you can use us to go fight your wars, I can play.
Right.
So I mean,
that's a good point. That's such a great line.
Later on, after a couple years, then it turned into he was like, you know what? There's a lot of people looking at me that sees me as the one to open the door for him. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Right.
So it started out with him just wanting to play the game. Period.
Right.
He got the chance, he played, and then it transformed into I'm going to make sure that more black people can play with you guys because we can.
And it's really kind of interesting to think baseball, for all of its faults, has always kind of, in terms of professional sports, has kind of been the one that tried to almost correct its mistakes before anybody else did. Like, you look at baseball and it's still looked at today as kind of a white sport in comparison to others. But baseball, to me, is the most eclectic sport. You have people from all over the world playing baseball.
Mm-hmm.
In baseball, you have Japanese stars. You have
baseball was an American game that is played in other countries.
Right. Right. And you don't see that that kind of racial diversity in football. You don't see it very much. You do see it some in basketball, but it's kind of an anomaly.
Yeah. And normally when it's in basketball, it's all the players who don't get drafted to the NBA. They go to other countries and play.
Right. Exactly. But without that moment, I think there's a lot of things that if that, or let's just say maybe not without that much, because I don't like doing that, because it's like I always think that there's got to be somebody that can make a difference, and it doesn't have to be just one person, but it always boils down to the right person. But if Jackie hadn't been the right person, where would we be in all of this? Because I didn't grow up during that era, so I don't know what it was like. I grew up in the 80s. I grew up in a time where I had a pretty terrible biological father when it came to race and creed and religion and all this. He was horrible. So I understood what that was like, and I knew I didn't want to be that. I did everything in my power not to be that. But the thing was I got to see it. So I knew how bad it was. But I wasn't the victim of it. So that's something I won't ever know. But everybody else in my life was always taught me to respect everybody, respect people. And if you don't understand somebody, or if you're hearing like for example, if someone says, oh well, because they're just pick a stereotype, right? Like like if you were to look at the two of us and you ask which one of us can dance, you go off stereotypes, they're gonna point at Ashton.
Yeah. In all actuality, you dance better than I do.
I'm a great dancer. But I love to dance. Like, so it's like, but anyway, it's just like, if you hear something like that, like those generalizations, those stereotypes, I was raised to have a conversation about it, to actually talk to the people who are affected by it and be open-minded about it. I wasn't told that your opinions were facts. Your opinions are
Yeah.
opinions. I'm stubborn. I'll put it out there. We're all stubborn at a certain point,
Yep.
especially when you're married and your wife says, "I'm right," and you like, "Nuh-uh." You know, but that's just how I was brought. Now, I'm not saying that because I'm trying to make myself look good or that I'm better than anybody else. I'm not. We all have our problems. We all have our prejudices. We all have,
Mhm.
you know, we all do.
That's human nature.
Right. Because we all, I think every person has an issue, some kind of issue with anyone that's different than you are.
Yep.
And the thing that we need to really remember is that inside there are no differences. The only difference is our skin color. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what color you are. I don't care where you come from. I don't care what language you speak. There is something inside each and every one of us that makes us compatible. We're not
Yeah.
we're not black, white, red, yellow. We're human beings. We're all, I mean, I don't want to make this too religious, but I always like to say we're all created in the image of God. That's how I view life. And my encouragement to a lot of people is to try to think of that the same way. But that's my spiel. That's my rant. Not the one I was going to do at the end of the show. That's a little bit different. But the Jackie Robinson thing always kind of gets me worked up. It always does, because I remember watching the movie.
Yeah.
And it's a hard.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that the movie came out. 47 came out.
It does. Yeah, I agree. And
it was
Boseman
done
was
by Chadwick Boseman. That man was the bomb when it came to picking the right roles.
Yeah. I remember seeing when I saw Black Panther, and because I don't remember if 47 came out before Civil War. I think it did. I just don't remember. But in Civil War, I didn't recognize him from 47. But when Black Panther came out, I remember sitting in the theater watching the movie going, oh, that's Jackie Robinson. It wasn't Black Panther anymore. He became Jackie Robinson again in that moment. All right.
Yeah.
What time we got here? All right. Perfect. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to play another inspirational little song for you. When we come back, we're going to, instead of talking individually about each moment, we're going to, because I've still got almost 2 entire pages. You can see how much I've blacked out here. Not much. So I'm going to let Ashton start. You got your list of things, right? Oh, it's all up in your head? Okay, then
like I said, I don't have that much, but it's here.
Then
I figured we would just name something and we talk about it a bit. Name something else, talk about it.
So
name something, talk about it.
Here's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna start at the end of my list, and we're gonna work our way back up, and basically just kind of you're gonna tell me if you remember it, if it had any impact on you whatsoever. Just a real quick blurb. I promise, people, cross my heart. I promise I'll be short. Let's
keep it like this, man.
Because
keep it like this.
There's so many. There are so many like cool moments I want to just run by, just to see. Just to get to a moment and have you be like, oh, I remember that. Like, you know that look people get.
Yeah.
Right. So we're gonna kind of rapid fire a little bit, get through a lot more. Guys, we'll be right back. This is the Positively Pat Sim Show right here on WANT and live streaming right here on YouTube. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you in a few.
Scratched up knees from falling down, climbing walls to find my crown. Clouds below me, hearts above. Rise above with wings of love. Streetlights blur as we ascend. Dreams dreams as big as we can bend. Glass ceilings shatter, crack, and break. Stars are ours for the sake. Reach for the stars, touch the sky. Nothing's out of reach when you try. Feel the rush, look around. You are lost, but now you're found. Fearless steps on paths unshown. Every milestone we've outgrown. Eyes like diamonds, spirits bold. In our hands, dreams unfold. Reach for the stars, touch the sky. Nothing's out of reach when you try. Feel the rush, look around. You are lost, but now you're found. Mountains tall beneath our feet, echoes of our hearts repeat. No more shadows, only light. Wings of courage taking flight. Reach for the stars, touch the sky. Nothing's out of reach when you try. Feel the rush, look around. You are lost, but now you're found. Mountains tall beneath our feet, echoes of our hearts repeat. No more shadows, only light. Wings of courage taking flight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Positively Pat Sim Show. That picture, of course, taken from the fight between Muhammad Ali and George Foreman, the Rumble in the Jungle. So that actually, Ashton, is one of my moments. The Rumble in the Jungle, Rumble in the Jungle, Ali defeating George Foreman. A lot of people don't realize how hard George Foreman could hit. Actually, Ashton, you're still muted. Let me ask you to unmute there.
Sorry.
There you go.
I was saying like he was a Mack truck with them punches.
Yeah, and there were a lot of people that didn't think Ali could beat him.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
and George Foreman.
I mean, I wasn't alive for it, but you know all the
Right.
the stories that I've heard and videos that I've seen and interviews that I've watched on it. Yeah, it everyone was like, this is when Ali's going to lose.
Right.
Nobody had faith he was going to win, and then
Yeah, and I don't want to get your opinion. I kind of liked, but kind of didn't like the movie Ali. Like, what did you think of it with Will Smith?
I'm biased because I really like Will Smith as an actor.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I do too.
But doing my hard to take my bias out of it. the movie. I really liked the movie.
Did you?
I thought it was done very well. It I I like the balance between the boxing and then his life.
Right.
So because it was balanced so well, and it told the story, it told a story really really well. I think it was it, I it's one of my top 20 favorite movies
Wow. All right. Very cool. Yeah. I mean, I like I said,
outside of comic book. If you like
Outside of-
if you take out all the comic book
Right.
movies, Ali's in the top 20.
Right. Like I said, like I liked it. I liked there was quite a bit about it that I liked, but the only thing is that there were times that the film really, for me, just kind of dragged. I felt it was a little, it could have been kind of edited a
Advanced a bit.
little bit better, but you know, I get
I
that they were,
I can see that.
there's a
but
lot
I
of
think-
story to tell.
Yeah, I think for me, because I've watched a lot of biopics, and that happens a lot.
Yeah.
That I've almost become desensitized to slow moments.
Mm.
So, I also sometimes I think like there's in movies, slow moments are needed.
Yeah. True.
But I do understand that if it's too slow and it's extends out for too long, and it's like, all right, get past this.
Right.
Oh.
Right. And it's, and the other thing too, like some biographies, like I remember, I can't think of which one it was that I saw not that long ago, but I remember thinking like, why didn't they just do a documentary? Like you don't want a biography, like a film. You don't want Ali.
Biopic.
Yeah, you don't want Ray, or the Elvis one that just came out not that long. You don't want them to feel like documentaries.
Yeah.
You need to feel like a movie, like you're watching actually someone's life. And there are
Yeah.
certain times when those films, you're just like, I'd rather just watch the documentary. You know,
True.
like I don't know if anybody watched recently. I watched it yesterday, and the Charlie Sheen documentary on Netflix just
I
came
haven't
out.
seen it.
It's interesting. It's definitely, I think it's worth a watch if you know Charlie Sheen's story, but it's definitely something that is good as a documentary. I don't know if I'd want to watch the movie. Like that'd be a rough movie to watch. Like seriously, the lot of stuff is brought up in that documentary. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through these moments in sports history, and we're gonna see if Ashton and I know I remember them because I wrote them down. We're gonna see which ones Ashton remember. Maybe we can give a quick little blurb about it. And I am going to cover some of the tragic moments in sports. And I'm actually going to start there, get them out of the way, and move forward. All right. We're halfway through the show, so let's do this. All right. So we're going to start with the tragic stuff, like I said. And I'm going to start with Pat Tillman. If you don't know who Pat Tillman was, he was an NFL player who chose to join the U.S. Army Special Operations after 9/11 and was killed in action while out. It was a big story. He was a guy that had a lot of prospects. He was really well touted in the NFL, had a bright future, and the 9/11 attack, he felt like it was his duty to go out and be a part of what he thought was the solution. And his life ended there. Do you remember that moment?
I remember hearing about him, and at the time, I didn't know who he was. I didn't know he was an athlete.
Yeah.
I just remember off the top of my head, I remember seeing some news about him, and I'm like, oh man, these guys are, our troops are going over and they're dying, and in my head, I was thinking for them to mention this guy, he must have done something really good over there.
Right.
And then somebody tells me like, nah, he was an athlete. I was like, I didn't know you can do that.
Right.
I did. And I'm like, okay, well, I had more respect for him after I found out that he left his athletic career to join the military to go over there. I'm like, okay.
And
You know, he put his money. He said that this is what people needed to do, and he did it. Because like nowadays, you hear people keep talking about protecting the country and doing this or whatever, and it's like, get up and go do it.
right.
The
And
military will take you.
and that wasn't always a big like thing. Like athletes going into the military during their playing days was not was not completely uncommon. It happened during Vietnam. It happened during World War II. We get the movie A League of Their Own because so many Major League Baseball players went off to war. Careers were ended at that time. You had guys that might have been record breakers. We'll never know. So, but yeah, I have a lot of respect for Pat Tillman for doing that because he didn't just say it. He didn't just go out and say, like you said, like, oh, let's get behind the troops. He became one.
Yeah.
Right. The next one on the list here, I know you'll remember. It's a tragic moment. Owen Hart falls from the rafters at Over the Edge pay-per-view. Does not die on impact. Dies.
I thought he did.
What would have killed most people would have been the impact because it would have snapped their neck. But Owen Hart had enough muscle mass on him that when he hit, his neck didn't break. He died of internal injuries, internal bleeding. So Owen Hart unfortunately suffered after hitting. He hits the top turnbuckle after he falls from the rafters. And Vince makes the decision to keep the show going. And the people in the arena had no idea that Owen had died. And so Vince, misguided or not, whatever you think of the decision, Vince's thought was they paid their money to see a show. They don't know the details. Let's give them the show. The only thing they did do, though, is they told the audience on pay-per-view. Jim Ross told the viewers what had happened, but the people in the arena didn't know. I guess they figured they already saw the most traumatic moment. No need to keep it going. But it was very devastating because you could see – I've watched that pay-per-view from beginning to end. You could see Undertaker, Stone Cold, all visibly very upset just to be out there.
Man, I don't know if I'd be able to perform after that.
No.
Like seeing that happen, like, yo, I can't do this.
Right.
I can't do it. And I'm almost positive they were all they were all friends. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh, everyone for the most part loved Owen Hart. Stone Cold had his problems with him because Owen's the one that dropped him on his head, and didn't like. Brett told Owen, "You got to reach out to Austin. You've got to make this right," and Owen didn't. So I know there was a little heat between those two, but I think in general everybody liked Owen.
Yeah.
The next one, I remember how I heard about this, and it's like it was one of the worst ways I remember ever getting news. Kobe Bryant, the helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
I was at McDonald's, and the guy at the went to order, and the guy goes, "Did you hear about Kobe?"
What happened with Kobe?
Like, what'd he do? Like, which is kind of sad. My first thought was, what did he do? Because he got in trouble before.
Yeah.
I did not put that story in here, though, but he has been in trouble before. But I'm like, no, what did he do? He's like, oh, he's dead. And I'm like, when? Like, since, like, he wasn't even like, oh, he passed away and he's dead. And I'm like,
that's a odd way of saying it,
Yeah.
like, especially being in California.
Yeah. Like I immediately like got on my phone and I'm looking and I'm like, oh, like that was a rough day. Because it was him, it was other people, it was his daughter.
Yeah.
Like it's and I hate to say this, but it's almost like if if I were to die alone in an accident, right? Like, I would hope people would mourn me,
Mhm.
but it would be, I mean, just the idea of me and my kid. Like that, I mean, that's just heartbreaking,
Yeah.
and his wife
'Cause,
having
like,
to carry on.
on top of, you losing your life, you have your kid that lost their life, and the kid usually has, you look at kids and be like, man, you got the next 40 years to accomplish a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's just
Yep.
cut short.
There's no guarantee in life, so make the best of the life you have. And the last of the tragedies here that I'm going to mention. I don't know if you'll remember this. Dale Earnhardt dies after a crash during the Daytona 500.
I remember that.
And that is the moment. All right, because that was such a huge loss to NASCAR. That moment created sweeping changes throughout NASCAR in terms of safety. A lot of things were introduced after that moment so that kind of thing doesn't happen. Now, it still can. I believe it has. I don't really watch NASCAR. Again, it's another thing I don't really watch anymore. I used to, especially when I lived in Fresno. There's a lot of NASCAR fans in Fresno, California, in old Central California. But I don't really watch. I race on video games. But, yeah, that moment caused sweeping changes in safety throughout NASCAR. Universal, welcome to the show. You missed 2 hours, so you missed like 6 moments. Don't worry about it. We talked a lot about OJ. So Universal bringing up some of the moments. I didn't mention that one. Shoeless Joe Jackson and the Chicago Black Sox, the team that threw the World Series. This was a long time ago. So if you ever watch Field of Dreams,
Yeah.
Shoeless Joe is like your main guy. And they tell the story, or not your main guy, but the main player that shows up. They tell the story of him and other players that were banned from baseball because they supposedly threw the World Series, but like they say, like, oh, you look at Shoeless Joe's numbers, you can't really prove that he did it. But he did like what Pete Rose did. He bet on the game, and they bet to lose, and they threw the World Series. So that's why they're called the Black Sox for that particular year. That's a good story. That's a good one right there. That's Pete Rose before Pete Rose. So, all right, getting into other sports here. Here we go. I'm gonna read and I'm gonna gauge Ashton's reaction. We're gonna get Ashton's initial reactions to these. You ready?
All right, go ahead.
Kurt Angle wins an Olympic gold medal with a broken frickin' neck.
I didn't see it, but he talks about it a lot.
I actually remember. I remember it. It was a very cool moment because they were making a big deal about it. And I was watching the Olympics. I like to watch the Olympics. I haven't because I don't have cable, but I'm hoping maybe to catch a lot more of it this year with ESPN and Peacock and whoever's showing it. We'll be getting Paramount Plus here shortly because it comes with our new internet package that we're using. So I'm hoping somebody will carry some Olympics. I always like watching the Olympics. And yeah, the emotion of that moment was so great. And Kurt Angle was a beast on a whole nother level and brought those skills to WWE. It was proven that Shoeless Joe didn't, but the rest of the team did, guilty by association. That's kind of the point I was trying to get at. That Shoeless Joe's numbers did not point to him throwing anything, but the rest of the team did, and so because he was involved in some way, shape, or form. Like I think he actually was in on the bet or something like that. All right, next one. More Olympics here. Michael Phelps dominating Olympic swimming.
I remember that.
But did it matter though?
No, not to me.
Yeah. I just kind of was like, okay, like I always like moments where it's like I could never do that. Like
Mm.
but it's something different. Like you are always hearing about track.
Yeah.
Like you always heard about and that's why I don't have a lot of track on my thing. Like I don't what was it, Michael Johnson, I think, or somebody like that. The guy that had the golden shoes. Who's the fastest guy alive now?
Usain Bolt?
Usain Bolt, right? Like those guys dominate the Olympics, and I'm like, I like hearing about the fringe ones, you know. And so when Michael Phelps came onto the scene, I remember the first time I saw him, that was a weird looking dude.
Yeah.
Like and
Yeah, but I think they had like scientists like analyze his body.
Yeah.
And the way he swims, and it seems like he's genetically created to be able to swim.
yeah.
Because even talking about the way the way he's able to flatten out his feet and like spread his toes, it's like he turns his feet into paddles.
Yeah, it's insane. And the dude was dominating swimming. And I'm like, I never thought I'd say that sentence. That someone could dominate swimming. But it was pretty incredible. We did that one. Oh, I remember this very much. This became a big deal. Saturday Night Live appearance came from this. Carrie Strug. Do you know who that is?
No.
Carrie Strug with a severe ankle injury still overcomes in the gymnastics in the Olympics. And her coach very famously is holding her during the ceremony as her ankle is all taped and wrapped up.
I remember seeing a picture like that. I didn't know who that was.
Yeah, she was really badly hurt and decided to still go for it. And does it. She hits the big jump and flip and lands it, and you can see her landing on that foot and immediately pops up off of it and hops on the one foot. And it was an incredible moment. It was awesome. Again, those are the kinds of things I like to see in the Olympics. I like that. And maybe it's because I was never really all that fast. So it's like I don't okay, I don't care about that. Like I was fast enough. How about that? I was fast enough to get to the hole before the tailback did, so that I could block for him. That's all I care
Hey,
about.
if you're fast enough to be in the game, that's good.
There you go. All right, next one. Tanya Harding.
The name rings a bell.
Yep. Tanya Harding gets her associates take out Nancy Kerrigan, whacking her legs there with a steel pipe because Nancy Kerrigan was looked at as the favorite for women's figure skating, and Tanya Harding.
Okay.
Yeah. Now
You know what? That picture has come up within the past few weeks, where like Tanya Harding is there and she's mean mugging her, and the Nancy Kerrigan is like not even paying attention to her, and I until right now didn't understand like the context of that picture.
Right.
I was like, okay, she's just upset at this other skater, whatever.
Yep. Now, like, Tanya Harding is like a C-level celebrity. Like, she's on TV shows, and they made a movie with Margot Robbie, I, Tanya.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I haven't seen it. Mainly because I don't really feel like I want to. I mean, I kind of want to see it, but I also don't really want to support the movie. But anyway, Universal says, I support Jesse Owens and Nadia I don't know that word. Comaneci's whatever. Natural and non-steroid performances and moments at the Olympics. I always support non-steroid moments and performances, but I also appreciate some of the steroided ones too. I don't like. That's the thing. Like I don't care. Like people are gonna do what they're gonna do.
Uh-huh.
All right. And what's really funny is that there's been a lot of things that have been done over the years that people turn their noses up and frown upon. And when they were being done, they either A, weren't illegal, B, weren't against the rules. You know, it was just like when
Yeah.
Arnold was doing steroids, wasn't illegal.
Yeah, right. It wasn't.
You know, or how about this? How about everybody's freaking doing it anyway? So how is it really all that big of an advantage?
Exactly.
Base-
Because honestly, you look at these bodybuilders and like, there's no way you're not on something.
Right.
There's
For real.
zero way that you're not on anything because there's no way muscle growth is that you don't get that big naturally.
Right. And I mean, the same
And then
thing.
they'll say, "Oh, well, we're using natural hormones that grow in our bodies. We just pumping our bodies up with more of it."
Yeah. I say the same thing like when you're talking about people talk about the steroid era in baseball as if steroids have gone away, which
Right.
sorry, they haven't. But they talk about the steroid era. Well, why is it the steroid era? Because so many were doing it. You know, and the funny part is like even Mark McGuire will tell you like I had bottles of stuff in my locker. It's not like we were hiding it. We were taking stuff and baseball was like, "Okay." Because and you want to know why? Cuz baseball was reaping the benefits.
Yeah.
Baseball was making money hand over fist in 1998.
If you're making money on something, it's more than likely they'll turn the blind eye to it and be like, well, who cares?
Right. And the thing is
Until somebody gets hurt.
there were a lot of people in denial. Well, let's be fair. There were a lot of people in
Yeah.
denial. They don't want their heroes to be doing steroids, whatever. I don't care. And mostly it's because like they're only hurting themselves, right? It doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form what they're doing. If they want to take it to be better at whatever it is they're doing, I'm not going to be judge, jury, and executioner because if I was in their shoes, who's to say I wouldn't do the same thing?
And the temptation will be there.
Yeah. You want to be the best.
Yeah.
These guys are competitive, and that's why it's like one of my moments is Jose Canseco, his book that exposed that it wasn't just the home run hitters, right? It wasn't just the McGuires and the Sosas and the Bonds that were doing steroids. It was everybody. And when that came out, that's when everybody lost their minds. And you had Rafael Palmeiro. I never took what? My test was positive? I'm sorry. My bad.
You know, anytime somebody mentions Jose Canseco, my mind instantly goes to Ninja Turtles 1.
Oh,
and
the
then
bat.
you say Rafael,
Right.
Jose Canseco bat. Tell me you didn't pay money for this.
That's right. You know, I played softball. I used to play in a softball league when I was younger, and there were two fields right across from each other. And he was playing softball on the opposite field. And he multiple times hit a ball into our area. So my buddy and I, we went over there and said hello. So we got to say hello
That's a cool
to.
little softball moment for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a softball moment,
Yes.
and I was in the army when it happened.
Oh, let's hear it.
Yeah, I played for I played like 2 or 3 games for my company's league, right?
All right.
So, and they were like, "Hey, Ashton, you want to play softball?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll play some baseball." So I'll play some softball. They was like, "All right, what position do you play?" I said, "I'll play any position but catcher." I was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yeah, don't put me a catcher. I will be a terrible catcher." I was like, "Okay, we won't put you a catcher." They put me at catcher. They put me at catcher. I was like, "Why did you put me at catcher?" "Well, you're a pretty big guy, so you can stop the ball." I was like, "Yeah, but I'm terrible at catcher." So I'm like, "All right." So I'm playing. I only played 1 game. I played 1 game, but I was on the team for like 3 games.
Right.
So I want to say it's like 5th inning or something like that. And the other team hits the ball into left field. Had one of our pilots was out there. He catches the ball, and then we have a runner coming home. So I'm like, I'm like, okay, he's going to throw the ball to me. So I'm getting ready to catch it, right? I put my glove out. This man was so strong when he threw this ball. I heard that is what I heard coming towards me. And then how like softballs are soft, right?
Right.
The ball was spinning and I saw it stretch. I'm like, oh no. So I put my hand out to catch it. The ball goes right past my glove, smacks me right here in the arm, and all you heard was a big smack, and then my arm swings around like that. I'm like, oh, and I dropped to my knees. I'm like, oh my, I thought I broke my arm.
Oh.
I thought I broke my arm. Everybody was like, oh, that's the people in the stands, both teams. It's like everything stopped and they saw me go to the ground. And I'm like, I'm in shock. I'm in pain, but I can't like vocalize it. I'm like, what? I can't move my hand. I'm like, oh my gosh. So they take me to the medics, make sure nothing was broken, everything was fine. And then my forearm swells up. My forearm right here swells up, and then my bicep swells up. Then it got a big old black mark, a figure 8 mark on my arm, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. I told you not to put me at catcher, and this is what happens.
You know what's funny? That was my position. And I know exactly how you feel. I in high school especially, I had some wild pitchers, and every game I had black and blue marks up and down my arms from blocking the ball and everything. I loved catcher though. Because I always like being like a leader on the field.
Mhm.
I always like being that. And as a catcher, you can be that. You're literally
Right.
yelling at people what to do the whole game.
Me, I knew my strengths and my weaknesses.
Right.
I was like, don't put me at catcher because I'm bad at it. It was like, oh no, you just think you're bad at it. You're a big guy, you can take it. Like, all right. Almost broke my arm.
Oh man! So Universal agrees with us, as we both said perfectly. If everyone's doing it, how is it supposed to be wrong? But realistically, I mean, technically, it is.
Mhm.
And sports today is so much different, and it's another reason why I have a hard time with sports. And there's a lot of records and moments on here that I don't know will ever be duplicated or broken because of the way the game is played. For
Mhm.
example, I think Nolan Ryan's strikeout record will never be broken, ever, because I don't think pitchers will pitch long enough. I don't think they pitch enough innings, face enough batters. What's the average starting pitcher pitch now? 4 or 5 innings? I mean, it's
Got
just
me.
they pull guys fast because everyone's trying to throw the ball 110 miles an hour, right? A lot of these guys back in the day, they did it naturally. They had a God-given gift,
Mhm.
and they could throw the ball hard. And a lot of those guys, Sandy Koufax very famously threw the ball super hard, but he was wild and erratic, and so he was told, slow it down. And when he did, he became one of the best pitchers of all time. He just took a little bit off, and he was able to control his pitches. He was able to put movement on his pitches. The best pitcher I ever watched in my entire lifetime was Greg Maddux. And the dude threw like 90 tops. Most of his fastballs were like in the high 80s. But the dude could pinpoint a ball and put it wherever he wanted. He had movement on everything. That guy.
To me, a lot of time accuracy is much better than the speed of your throw.
Right. And Greg could throw all day. I kid you not. I watched him pitch a complete game, and he barely threw over 80 pitches total.
Okay, so that's like 9.
That's less than 10 pitches per inning.
Wow.
That's I've seen guys hit 100 pitches in 5. It's that was an unbelievable feat. Nolan Ryan is the king, unbeatable record, and has a fantastic documentary. By the way, if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's called Facing Nolan. Dale Sr., the Intimidator, king of NASCAR. I bet there's a lot of NASCAR fans that would fight you on that stage. And people are. I mean, I gotta give NASCAR fans are passionate, and when they have a favorite,
oh, they got a favorite.
There's some diehard Jeff Gordon fan. I don't know who's out there now, but man, even Dale Jr. had some rabid fans, and I didn't even think he was that good.
He wasn't.
Yeah, he was. You know,
He wasn't.
His dad was. I mean, I will admit that. Petty.
See, I think that's the worst thing about being a celebrity's kid and being a junior.
Yeah.
Everyone expects you to follow in your parents' footsteps.
Yeah.
And be just as good. I'm like, that's terrible. That's so much pressure, and I think that's setting your kid up for failure.
That's why neither one of my kids are Pat Jr. I mean, I already give them lofty standards. All right, next one here. I'm going to kind of stick to some things that I don't think we might ever see again. We did kind of bring up a little bit the Lance Armstrong thing, the moment where he was stripped of his, was it 7 in a row that he won? But I saw some ridiculous stat that said if you were to remove everybody where there's proof of blood doping from the Tour de France, you would have to go back to like 17th place or something like that. Like you got to go deep into the field before. Yeah. And so it's like, so what did he really do that was so wrong?
He did it better than other people.
Yeah, he just cheated better. Like that's kind of the way it is. Like, who cheated best? And again, it's like if everyone's cheating, is it really cheating?
Especially if you don't do anything about the other people doing it, but you only do something about the people who won. Come on now.
Right. I mean, let me ask you this: if you're a singer and you work your way up, you write your songs, you play in dive bars, and you play wherever you can to try to get noticed. You finally get noticed. You sign a weak record label. You come up with a hit or something like that, but you grow your brand, and then you become a star. And then you have someone goes on American Idol, like a Kelly Clarkson, and becomes a star overnight. Is one actually better than the other? Is the way Kelly Clarkson did it wrong because
not at all,
because it was quick, right? Or like I give respect to I respect anybody that works that hard to get there.
I think this analogy is a kind of a bad analogy.
All my analogies are bad analogies. Don't go
not all of them. Not all.
They're all bad.
This one though.
My son would tell you they're bad.
I would say let's talk about like say if you want to go do music.
Yes.
Let's say about like a producer.
Okay.
Music producer, right?
All right.
Somebody would create the beat, right? And then they always create beats and stuff like that. And it's like they try to get their beat sold or whatnot, or do whatever, or be good at DJing, right?
Right.
They put in the work, they do everything, and they create their own. And then you have somebody else who just takes samples from everything and doesn't make a new sound.
Right.
So the guy who makes a new sound has a harder time than the guy who just takes a sample from the most popular songs and creates a song that sounds similar to what's popular, and that guy becomes famous for it.
I got you.
That's more of a he took the steroids. This guy didn't.
I got you. Way to be better. All right, so let's do golf. All right.
All right.
So this one here, I don't know if anyone's done anything like this before.
Peter McGavin.
But Jack Nicklaus, one of the best golfers of all time, hits 17 birdies to win the Masters at 46 years old. That's like the senior tour age now. Like
that's honestly, that's amazing.
Like Tiger peaked in his 20s. I mean, he still did a lot of great things, don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and that's my second one, which is basically I just put the rise of Tiger Woods.
Yeah, that man.
There was a lot of.
I was there for that. I
there's
love Tiger. Like when it comes to golf, Tiger Woods is the guy that I know. He's the face of golfing for me.
Yeah, there have been a lot of great golfers over the years. A lot.
Mhm.
Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus. The most famous golfer till Tiger for me was Happy Gilmore. And he's not even real. But then here came Tiger, and he didn't have the flash and the flair that, like Adam Sandler was, doing. But he was exactly what golf needed to get people to watch. And not just golf people to watch. Well, I mean, everybody watched golf because of Tiger.
I was like, is Tiger playing? Let's see how he hits this.
Yeah. I mean, all due respect, Universal said, I respect Jack Nicklaus. Absolutely. I always respect the guys that came before and paved a path.
Mm-hmm.
But there was nothing like Tiger. I mean, again, it was like you'd be out somewhere and sports bars were always playing football, baseball, basketball, right? You might get hockey depending on the bar, but you had your main three. You could go in after Tiger anywhere where there was sports being played, and if there was
golf was on there, Tiger's playing.
Yep. And he was a marvel. I mean, like, there's no way we get any kind of golf game based off of a golf player without Tiger.
Because excuse me. When it comes to like all the other sports games, you get different athletes on the cover.
Right.
It's Tiger Woods.
Right. Now it's just PGA. But that's Tiger's fault. Let's be real. Tiger made a few mistakes. But I do supposedly he got help and he went out and has done better, and he's corrected.
I mean, I haven't heard anything negative bad about him in like forever. So
right. He's still a
seems
part.
like he's
still a part of these games.
He's all right.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that was something that I never, growing up, I never thought golf would come along, and I thought I would take like a Happy Gilmore type, where they were going to have to turn it into a circus, but all it took was insane talent. I mean, the things he could do to this day are unbelievable. It's the kind of stuff you only saw like trick players do, like but they were never good at the game.
They just good. They was good at making a show of it.
Yeah. Saudis bought all the best golfers. Golf ratings have declined tremendously, and I don't doubt that. Saudi's getting a lot of stuff, including WrestleMania 43.
Yeah.
In 2027. Now I don't have a lot of people are like, oh, blood money. I'm like, they're people too. They're fans. Like, they're not buying WWE. But
they tried to.
Yeah, I know they were in on the running there.
They was trying.
But I'll say this, like, again, people like to get on their high horse. But if you had a traveling circus, and let's say you're used to making $1 million whenever you stop somewhere, and someone comes along and goes, "Hey, I'll give you $250 million to come over here," you're gonna tell me you're gonna be like, "Nah, I'm good."
Well, in this instance, you got to look at the talent and see if they want to go over there.
Right?
Because judging by the faces of everybody that was standing there when they made the announcement, they was not happy.
Well, okay, wait. If you're basing that off of a picture, I can understand. But if you're watching the video, it wasn't nearly. I watched the video of the announcement. It's not nearly as bad as a lot of the internet has made it out to be. Taker is Taker.
Yeah.
Taker always looks pissed. And I was just happy he didn't have that obviously dyed black goatee.
Oh my God!
Right?
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I'm like,
that's bad.
Just do what you're doing now, Taker. Keep it like that.
But like you're gonna try to tell me that Logan Paul doesn't want to be there? Like, nah, come on. Like, Logan Paul's perfectly fine taking money from anybody.
Yeah.
Charlotte was fine. They just there's a lot of pictures. That's why I said like it depends on what you see. There's a lot of pictures that just caught the moments where they're listening. And let me tell you this. If I'm not smiling, I look pissed. All right? Let me give you
So
an
do
example.
I.
This is not me frowning. I have a "you're guilty" look. I have my mom. I got that from my mom. It's shockingly not my father, not my horrible father. No, my mom.
I don't know who in my family looks mad when they just whatever.
Right.
But it's me. People will look at me like someone pooped my cornflakes.
Right. I mean,
Like,
if CM Punk will go after all the things he said, I'm pretty sure a lot of the roster's okay. And again, money does talk. 9 times out of 10. You're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
my payday's going to be what?" Okay. I'll pretend we're in Sheboygan. Lots of factors why TKO is going there. They have a 10-year contract, and in the contract it says they will get a Rumble and a WrestleMania. The contract is up in 2 years. TKO, and well, of course, we know TKO's in debt. They paid a lot of money for WWE, and
that's probably why they're also raising the ticket prices on everything.
right, and they even
They did a report saying that TKO was saying how Vince's mindset when it came to ticket prices was he wants the family to be there rather than maximizing the value per ticket.
right.
Which is why now tickets to go are just skyrocketing.
Right. And I mentioned this to a buddy of mine because he was complaining and people do that all the time. They complain about it. Find somebody to complain about. Disney. We're here. We're down the street from Disneyland, right? People always complain about ticket prices at Disneyland. You know why they're that high? Because people will pay them.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as people are paying what they're asking for, there's no reason to lower the price. And with WWE, it's a little bit different from Disney because WWE wants to sell out everywhere they go. So the prices have to be high enough to make a generous profit, which leads to better pay for wrestlers, better pay for staff and workers and all that stuff, hopefully. I mean, I'm thinking positively here. Hopefully.
The way you said how TKO's in debt, I mean, like they gotta get they're using WWE to try and recoup a lot of that because when it comes to UFC, now their pay-per-views are all free.
Right.
So they're not getting money from that.
Right.
But they also UFC tickets are also thousands of dollars.
Right.
And the richest celebrities are the ones who go.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they do, and WWE does less shows per year. They used to do like 6 at least 6 days a week. They used to back in the day. It was like every day. Then the famous thing, every day, twice on Sunday. And then they would do multiple shows like on the weekends and stuff. You would have two groups. Like today you have the Raw and the SmackDown house shows. They used to have your A house show and your B house show, and you always wanted to be on the house show that had Hogan on it, because you knew you'd get a higher payday.
I remember they had SmackDown, they had Raw, they got Heat, they got Saturday Night, and then so those are like 4 days out of the week of like televised shows.
Right.
Then you got the house shows gymnasiums and whatnot.
Yeah. And now I'll say this: when the WWE was at its height during like the Attitude Era, they were constantly traveling, and they were constantly selling out. It was a different time. All right. And I think what they're doing now is a very, very smart move. And it's one that I have felt I know that everything's contract based now in terms of PLEs and television and stuff like that. But I've always felt they needed to take a step back. They grew, and while they were growing, they continued to grow the product by adding more events. WCW led the charge in that. More house shows, which WCW didn't lead the charge in. They did less. But when the circus comes to town, once a year? Or let's do it this way, because a lot of people don't like the circus anymore. When the fair comes to town, right? It comes to town once a year.
Yep. It's
like, I got to go, because I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss it again this year. I got to get to the fair, right? Because it feels special. If WWE comes to your town every couple of months, which may not sound like a lot, it is. And it drives interest down unless your product is just that white hot. And I've been to the pond where there was 2,500 people for a show. When The Rock returned on Monday Night Raw before WrestleMania 27, it was on Valentine's Day. My wife and I were there. That's how we celebrated Valentine's Day. The arena was half full. And The Rock comes out to that. And the hard camera side was completely empty. But it didn't sound like it on television because we were that loud.
And then people are like, "Oh man, I missed The Rock. I can't miss it." So next time they go, like, "Oh, maybe somebody will return."
Yeah. And with today, people stay home a lot. It's streaming. Why go when everything's streamed? It's part of my subscription to Peacock. It's part of my subscription to ESPN. What do I got to pay hundreds of dollars to go see this see this live event for? But the less events come to your area, the more your mind starts to shift a little bit. Like, well, I don't know when they're going to be back.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think Survivor Series is going to be, I think it's San Diego. The War Games is going to be down here in San Diego. And I'm normally I don't want to go to San Diego to see wrestling, but they're not coming to the Honda Center very often anymore. And for PLEs anyway, I might want to try to find a way to get there.
What was it? SmackDown or Raw? Whichever. No, it was the event where it was Goldberg's last match.
Saturday night's main event.
That was out here. Yeah, out here in Atlanta.
Yep.
I wanted to go. My girlfriend it was actually around my birthday.
Yeah.
And my girlfriend, she was trying to get me tickets, and I was looking at tickets, and I saw how expensive they were, and I was like, if you're planning on getting me tickets to go see Saturday Night's Main Event when they come out here, don't do it, because those tickets are way too expensive.
Yeah, the PLEs are
as much as I would love to go, that's going to set us back pretty bad.
Yeah. When I only got to go to WrestleMania 39 because they opened up the limited view seatings behind. We were sitting off to the back right of the entrance ramp. I don't know why it was limited view. The only thing we were limited on was the initial entrance of the wrestler. in terms of the ring and everything else. It was beautiful. Loved it. But those opened up and they were cheap. I think they were like I don't even think they were $50 a ticket.
Wow.
For WrestleMania. And
yeah, I know for the seats that she that we had when me and her when she took me to SmackDown one year, the seats that we got, they were like $50 to $75.
Mm-hmm.
So it was me, her, and the 3 boys. So that was a lot. That was pretty reasonable for us to go.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And then she said that she looked at those same seats, and they were $700.
Wow.
I was like, "What?"
All
I'm like, "Oh, no."
for Goldberg?
I'm like, "No." Mm-mm.
Well, while we're on the topic of, let's finish off this hour then let's finish off the wrestling talk with my pro wrestling list here. So we've already talked about number 1 on my list, which was the SmackDown after 9/11, which I think is one of the biggest sports entertainment moments ever. But we've got, this is pro athletes in WWE and memorable moments with pro athletes in WWE. So I have number 6, Pete Rose and Kane.
Didn't know that was a thing.
Yes, it was a running gag for a while. So WrestleMania 14, Pete Rose, this is in Boston. So
Boston.
A lot of people not too happy to see old Pete. And they almost turned Kane into a babyface in this moment because Pete is just bashing on Boston, making fun of Bill Buckner and everything else. And then here comes Kane. It grabs Pete Rose and gives him a tombstone. And the fans are loving it. Now, obviously, they love Taker more. So as soon as Taker came out, the love for Kane went away. But that started it. And then at WrestleMania 15, Pete Rose dresses as the San Diego Chicken. And Kane gets to him again. WrestleMania 2000, Kane comes out with a bat to try to hit Kane during his match. Kane turns around, chokeslams him. And then
Who came out with a bat?
Pete Rose.
Okay, you said Kane.
Oh, did I? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So Kane chokeslams Pete Rose. And then puts Pete Rose in the corner for Rikishi to give a stink face to. And Pete Rose is a WWE Hall of Famer now, but it was just so much fun. The whole back and forth between Kane and Pete Rose. Number 5, Floyd Mayweather versus Big Show.
I knew that one was going to be on there.
WrestleMania 24, a match that had no right to be as fun and good as it was.
I know Floyd Mayweather was like, he used to say like that wrestlers were fake or whatever. They weren't really much. They weren't really tough. And then he said, Big Show looked at me and told me, break my nose. And Floyd Mayweather, he was like, what? I'm gonna knock you. If I do that, I'm probably gonna knock you. He goes, no, you won't knock me out. Just make sure, just break my nose. It's fine.
Right.
It's like, so he was like, you're crazy. And then boom, 1-2, nose broke. And then he's like, he thought he said, I think in an interview he said he thought that Big Show was really gonna kill him.
Right. Well, because it wasn't the first shot that pissed off Show. He threw like 5 in like 1 second. He was like, bam, bam, bam. And so it was the follow-ups that pissed Show off. And yeah, he didn't get knocked out, didn't get knocked down really. Like he kind of was like,
yeah,
and just ran after him. I was like, yes, here we go. But yeah, no, it always helps when the celebrity or the athlete really puts in the work. And Floyd was one of those guys that put in the work. A couple other guys on here put in the work. We know Logan Paul, whether you love him or hate him, the dude works his butt off. And he's really, really done a great job. Next on the list, I'm not a fan of hers. I wasn't. I was excited when she came in. I think you know where I'm going now that I said she.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand her. And her interviews just make it so where I really hate her more every time she opens her mouth, and that's Ronda.
I blame Dana White.
Yeah, Ronda Rousey.
I blame Dana White 100% for her attitude
Yeah.
because he put her on a pedestal and said she was the best thing ever. He let her do whatever she wanted to.
Yep.
And it's like, I was fine with Ronda until she started getting really arrogant
Oh,
and start talking like
the
I do
Alexa
martial.
Bliss thing was
I used to
rough.
do martial arts a lot,
Yeah.
and all my senseis was always like, I have to respect my opponents, people that I go up against, because as much as I'm training, they're training just as hard.
Right.
So you have to respect that. For a while, Ronda was respecting that, and then Dana White got a big head because of Dana White. She can't be beaten. She's the best, and all this other stuff. And then she started talking trash against, I forget the girl that beat her.
Holly
Her-
Holm.
I can't. Yeah, she started talking trash about her. Holly Holmes wasn't saying nothing bad about Ronda
No.
at all.
Right.
Didn't insult her. Didn't nothing. And it's like, all right, I'll fight her. I gotta fight her. So it's gonna happen. And then she beats the brakes off of Ronda, and I
Mhm.
loved every moment of it.
Yeah.
I was like, thank you, geez, thank you.
Oh, her
I'm
comments.
so glad this happened.
Her comments recently about Alexa Bliss. I mean, I just wanted to like. I'm not advocating violence against anybody, but man, I wanted to strangle her. She's like, oh, they put me in a series of matches with Alexa Bliss just because she was the top merchandise seller, and I'm like, yeah, you're in a business that's like kind of make believe.
Her, she just like thought that that she thought she was supposed to run things.
Right.
And it's like that's not what this is. And it's like now you're the type of person who's using the company for money and not caring about the fans.
Right.
Right. And like I get being a heel, but as much as I can't stand Logan Paul and how he talks trash about the fans, but if you look at his interviews, whenever like he's on a show, whatever, he talks about how much work he has to do. Like you said,
Yeah.
he puts in the work. He appreciates what's happening, and it's like he actually likes doing what he's doing.
Right. Yep.
She couldn't stand being in WWE. She just did it because she couldn't make it in UFC no more.
I think she liked it at first because she was pushed immediately as the
Yeah.
biggest star in the company. And then she teams with Kurt Angle, which I'm sure that's got to have that. I don't care who you are. That's got to be cool, right? At WrestleMania, you're in there against Triple H and the boss's daughter. Like, it's a high profile thing. And I got to admit, I thought that was a lot of fun. I was into it. I was digging what this version of Ronda, because I thought, okay, maybe this is where she belongs. Maybe this is. But the moment they started giving her a loss here and there, you saw like, wait, the attitude was getting kind of like,
I'm Ronda. I'm not supposed to.
yeah,
lose.
you know, like Goldberg kind of had a little bit of that, but he also understood that this was a business, and he's, you know, he didn't have the passion for the business that a lot of guys had. He was there to make a living. You know, he couldn't play football. That was his passion. So he's here to make a living, which shows when he had his retirement match, and then he just immediately went and complained that it was on Saturday night's main event. I'm like, but it was in Atlanta in front of your people.
Yeah.
And guess whose last match is also going to be at Saturday night's main event? John Cena.
John Cena's not going to complain. He loves the fan.
Yeah. Like
he's like WWE. That's a passion for him, and he loves his fans. He's appreciative of everything that's happened for him in it, and he's doesn't mind passing a torch or taking a loss here and there if he has to.
Yep.
I mean, look how he's get tossed around by Brock Lesnar all the time.
Right. Let's quickly do the last two here. Mike Tyson knocks out Shawn Michaels in kayfabe, knocks out Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 14. That's essentially how Michaels has kind of shown the door. He's lost the title to Austin thanks to Mike Tyson. So Austin took the title off him. The Austin era has begun, and then immediately following, Tyson knocks him out, and that's essentially the last time we see Michaels in the ring as a wrestler for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And then finally, it's not my favorite moment. I have a lot of problems with this moment, but I have to give respect to the people involved in it. And that
Okay.
is LT, Lawrence Taylor, main eventing WrestleMania 11 with Bam Bam Bigelow. I respect to Bam Bam, who is one of the most underrated big men in the history of
Absolutely.
wrestling. And respect to LT because, again, here's a guy halfway through the match was blown up. He was tired. At the end of the match, he could barely lift his head, let alone celebrate a victory. But he worked. He did everything that was asked of him. So I can't fault LT. I can't fault Bam Bam. I thought the match was great for what it was. But should it have main evented a WrestleMania?
I have issues with celebrities main eventing WrestleManias. I don't even, and it's not even, I don't even care if I like the celebrity. I don't believe that any celebrity that shows up should main event a WrestleMania,
No. And I agree with
because there's way too many superstars who work hard to try to get TV time,
you. Right.
let alone main event a PLE.
Yep. 100%.
And then because you're a celebrity, you get to just you push somebody else out of the spot to put on a match
Right.
at WrestleMania. Get out of here.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, now take, for example, now Logan Paul,
That was my issue with Logan Paul, though.
that was or wasn't?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, it was.
Every one of his matches, his first 5 matches were all like high profile main events,
Right.
damn near,
Like
or at WrestleMania.
like WrestleMania 32, like the thing with him and the Miz, like it kind of reminded me of when Bad Bunny was involved with the match at WrestleMania. Like I don't really have a problem with a mid card type of thing. Something like, as long as, like we said, as long as they have the passion to do it, they put the work in. I don't like. It was kind of interesting to see what they were going to do with Jelly Roll at SummerSlam, but I was cringing a lot because I'm like, I don't know. Like it turned out okay.
I do like the fact that Jelly Roll lost
Yeah.
was his choice.
Right. I
He was
saw
like,
that.
no, I want to lose.
Yeah. Which is great.
There's no way that you're going to believe that I come in here and win. Like, no,
Yep.
I want to lose this. I want to lose this.
Yeah, lot of respect. I gained a lot of respect for Jelly Roll during the match because usually the celebrity stays on the outside and the wrestler takes a beating. It was the exact opposite. He took the beating and then got the hot tag to Randy, and they still lost the match, which is, like I said, a lot of respect. But in terms of like main eventing, yes, I agree. You bring in Logan Paul. I think he needs to earn that main event spot. Now, I think if you were to build him to main event in Saudi for, let's say, in 2027, and he earns that spot, I won't have a problem with that.
Yeah, he's been in long enough now where by the time that WrestleMania comes along, I think it's okay with me that he main events because he has a storyline.
Right.
He has matches under his belt. He has wins. He has a couple losses.
Yep.
He has lost. So it's like you have things there to say, hey, I think I've earned something. Plus, he has the star power.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I get it. You know, you want your stars to main event something. So he has the star power, and that's, to me, that's in the beginning. That's all for me. That's all he brought. He brought the star power, and it's like there's so many other superstars that could have done it.
I'll tell you when Logan Paul won me over. All right. And I was kind of like, I'm kind of old school. If you're an athlete, I'm still hesitant. I'm still wary. But whenever I see a celebrity wanting to get in the ring, my head immediately goes to like the David Arquette thing in WCW. And I was never fully sold that Logan Paul was somebody I wanted to see in a ring outside of, a kind of a mid-level tag match or as a Royal Rumble guy that can just go in, do a couple things, go out.
Mhm.
But what won me over with him was when we went to WrestleMania 39 and I got to see him in person in his match against Seth Rollins. And to see Logan Paul go step by step and stay with Seth Rollins, I thought, wow, this isn't a gimmick. This isn't just a little like I'm here, he came in ready to rumble, pun intended. And that match won me over as I want to see more Logan Paul. And he's had some really great matches. His Rey Mysterio match was really good, and the fact that even though he says I was out of place, he still saved Rey from landing on his head.
Yeah.
So he's still taking care of the guys he's in the ring with. He understands what this is, what wrestling is, and I have a lot of respect for Logan Paul within WWE. Now, whatever he is outside of it, I don't pay attention to it. I don't watch his YouTube stuff. I know he's made a lot of mistakes. I know he's said and done some controversial things outside of WWE, but I don't pay attention to a lot of that stuff.
I mean, like for me, when it comes to him in WWE, I have gained a lot of respect from him as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I caveat like his work ethic. I think he understands that because he says it all the time when he came in, it was legends that were training him.
Yep.
Shawn Michaels, Triple H, was it Bubba Ray or Devon, one of them? But yeah, he was getting trained by these legends. So it's like, if I was to go right now and they'll say, hey, we're going to give you a 1-year contract and these are going to be your trainers. No, if they say we're going to give you 3 months to get ready and these are going to be your trainers, you better believe eat, sleep, wrestle, repeat. That's it. That is my life for the next 3 months because of who's training me.
Right.
So.
Yeah. No, he definitely has been given some advantages. All right, let's get out of wrestling here. We've hit up quite a bit of wrestling. Let's just focus on sports. We're gonna skip the next break. Let's just keep rolling because I still got a lot of moments. We're gonna legitimately kind of rapid fire here, and so let's get into the NFL moments that I have here. Let's see how many of these you remember. The Patriots, Spygate. And Spygate was where they were caught videotaping opposing teams' signals from unauthorized locations.
I did not know about that. I thought you was going to go to Deflategate.
Oh, that's in here. That's next.
Oh, okay.
Tom Brady and Deflategate. Patriots got a lot of gates going.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even think that was a thing. I didn't know deflating footballs was that big of a deal. I mean, I heard about it, and I'm like, oh, well, why didn't they just pump them up? Like, I thought you wanted them to be pumped up. I didn't know deflating them helped.
Yeah, it helps you catch them.
I don't know. I never had a problem catching them. I just put my hands up. And, I had a problem holding on to it sometimes.
Yeah. I think that goes to the level of that the NFL plays at. It's
right.
Every tiny little thing gives you a huge advantage.
Right. I will say I only fumbled once in a game. I only fumbled one time, and that was in what we called the Mud Bowl, because it had downpoured all day. Right. It had downpoured all day. And the field we play on was it was the last game I ever played in. It was semifinals for the CIF championships, and we lost. And there's a picture in the newspaper of us singing our fight song or whatever. We always would do this, and we would sing. But they didn't show the picture of the winning team. No. they have a picture of us, and there's like me and another guy. We're like embracing, and I'm like, we're all crying, and our uniforms are white because it was an away game, so it's just white.
Not that day.
No, they were covered. Everybody's. You could tell who didn't play because everybody that did, all our uniforms were just dark brown. It was funny. All right. So yeah, we got the Deflate Gate. We've got Spy Gate. This one, old school moment, going back to the 80s here. William, the Refrigerator Perry, is put in as a running back and scores a touchdown for the Chicago Bears, giving hope to big people everywhere that we can score a touchdown from time to time.
Oh man, you know what? That reminds me of the Super Bowl where the Steelers. It was either a fumble or an interception. It was Harris. He grabbed it and then ran it back for a touchdown.
That's right.
I was like, oh yes, that's a big guy.
And the
Named Harris. I was like,
and I remember the Replacements did that. In the movie,
in
the movie, The
Yeah, that's
Replacements.
right.
He's like, oh, you know, I love when you get a big guy touchdown, you get a big guy dance. It was so funny. But
Yeah,
I could have
man,
mentioned the NFL at WrestleMania too. The NFL stars, well, some of them, versus the WWE guys in a battle royal. I forgot
That
about.
happened?
I forgot about that moment because I mentioned Refrigerator Perry. And he had a little beef with Big John Studd. Big John Studd's the one that eliminated. So Refrigerator Perry reaches up to shake his hand. And when he does, the refrigerator takes him and pulls him over the top rope and eliminates Big John Studd. I was like, yes, I love that. I think that's the way it was. I hope it's not the other way around. If I screwed that up, I'm so sorry. My brain might be a little off at the moment. All right, next one for the NFL. Oh, I remember watching this Super Bowl, and I had never been so into a football game in my life. The New York Giants. I could care less about both teams, by the way. The New York Giants defeating the New England Patriots. And this is how I wrote this. In what may be the greatest back-and-forth Super Bowl of all time. It was constant. It was like, oh, Giants score. Patriots score. Giants score. Patriots score. I'm like, I couldn't keep up. And I was losing my mind. I'm like, oh my gosh, the Giants. Because all I knew is I didn't want the Patriots to win. Because they had become the Yankees of
that
football.
wasn't their undefeated year, was it?
I don't remember. It might have been. But I just know like they were the dynasty of that era.
Yeah.
And you know,
Yeah,
I'm over here
absolutely,
in
yeah.
Southern California. I think at that time the closest team I had was the San Diego Chargers. So you know I ain't winning nothing. The Rams hadn't come back yet. The Raiders were in Oakland. The Niners are out in San Francisco. So I got nothing over here in L.A., Southern California, except the Chargers. So I'm just rooting against the Patriots. And, yeah, it was insane. Insane game.
Well, I know for sure the year that the Patriots were undefeated for the whole year. I was rooting for them to lose the Super Bowl because if they would have won the Super Bowl, they would have broken my team's record. The Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, that's right.
Is the only team until now to go undefeated the entire season and win the Super Bowl.
Right. Until later years with when Ray Finkel missed the field goal because Dan Marino didn't
Damn that Ray Finkel.
He didn't keep the laces out. I feel bad. Like Miami had one of the greatest quarterbacks that ever lived, and Dan never. Did he even make it to a Super Bowl?
I don't think so.
Because I remember watching Ace Ventura going, he was never in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know.
Let alone lose
I don't think he was.
Yeah,
I don't think he was.
I love Dan Marino. I liked him as a
me too.
person. I thought he was a great quarterback, and never got the win.
It goes to like earlier you said that the the game of football was so much different back then
Yeah.
than it is now. And it goes to show you that you can be a superstar and you have great stats, but still not win. And it's fine.
Right.
Now it's like if you don't win, it doesn't matter how good you are. It's like no one cares. Well, you didn't win, so
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
'Cause
You don't
now-
have any championship rings, so it doesn't matter.
Because nowadays, when people talk, like when I was growing up, Dan was always in the conversation of the
As
greatest
the greatest
quarterbacks.
quarterback.
He's not in it anymore. And I think a lot of that, you're right, has to do with the fact he never won. And people look at titles, I think, too much when you're looking at individual talent. And you're looking
Yeah,
at a
exactly.
quarterback. What Dan had to work with and what he did with it is unbelievable. Is fantastic. Now, not to say he didn't have talented players around him,
Right.
but he didn't have the same level of talent that Joe Montana or Steve Young had.
Yeah.
He didn't have a Jerry Rice.
Yeah, Ricky Williams. But Ricky kind of like kept screwing up.
Right.
He kept
Right.
screwing up personal life.
Jerry was good for like 20 years.
Yeah.
I love Jerry. See, I'm good at sports from like the 80s and 90s. All right. And last for the NFL, the heartbreaker. It's not a great moment, but everybody knows the tale. The Buffalo Bills losing 3 straight Super Bowls. Heartbreaking. I mean, just like I remember hearing about that and just going like, okay, I kind of want him to win now. And I've always kind of rooted for the Bills kind of in secret ever since, just because that's got to be tough.
Yeah.
I
You make
kn-
it to the big game, and then it's like, damn it. We'll do it next year. We get it to the big game. We're gonna do it.
Yeah.
We'll do it next year. Make it to the big game. Damn. Well, we've been making it to the big game. We'll make it to the big game. Nah, we didn't make it.
I mean, I never won a big game. I mean, like our baseball teams at Olu were never good enough. Football, my sophomore year, I get called up to the varsity team during the playoffs. I actually got to play, which is very rare for a JV player to get called up just for the playoffs, because you can expand your roster a little bit. And you're usually brought up to be a punching bag for the varsity squad. I got brought up. I actually got to play in the games. I was put in the opening in the opening drives on these playoff games, which is awesome. And that was really
Nice.
cool. We got to the CIF division championship game my sophomore year. We lost. We got to the semifinals my junior year. We lost. We got to the semifinals my senior year. We lost. So I think there was always, again, that special place in my heart for the Buffalo Bills, because like I'm kind of like I didn't get to that point. Like there's a difference between the Super Bowl and the CIF. I get that. But it's like to get so close and fall
Yeah.
short every time. Yeah. So, all right, moving on to the NBA, which during the 80s, I would arguably say during the 80s and okay, so probably from the time I was born until about 1992, I would say I was an NBA guy for sure. I mean, it helps that you grew up in Southern California, because the Lakers are a big deal here.
Yeah.
And my grandparents were huge Laker fans.
For me, it was my uncle. I became a Lakers fan because of my uncle, and whenever I would go to his house, he had a huge, Magic Johnson cardboard cutout.
Yeah.
That he had. He would take me to my Magic Johnson theaters or whatever. I became a Lakers fan because of my uncle.
Yeah.
So,
Well, here we have some incredible moments, and you'll notice that a lot of them happened during my time. And so I'm going to start with the one that happened after I kind of fell out of enjoying the NBA. Like it was like the NBA is definitely something you're either really into it or you're really not. I don't know a lot of like
Yeah.
middle of the road. 'Cause for me, like the first 3 quarters of an NBA game, why? Like because like the scores usually like by the time at the end of the third quarter, it's what 85 to 80, right? You got like maybe a 5-point difference for most games. So the only real action's in the fourth quarter, and then you get but then the fourth quarter takes forever because if it's a closed game, they just keep fouling over and over and over.
Fouling and timeouts.
Yeah.
I'm like,
And
guys, play the game.
I know. I get tired of watching for the wrong reason. Like, I'll get tired watching a game because I'm excited, but I get tired watching the NBA because I'm like, can we just play? Like, just go down the court. Like, I don't want to see so many free throws. But here we go. This was a huge moment, and it was exciting for a certain group of people, and it pissed off everybody else. And Ashton, you might enjoy this. LeBron James signs with the Miami Heat.
Yeah, that's actually one of my moments.
They called it the decision, taking his talents to South Beach, joining Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. If you were a Miami fan, it was one of the biggest moments of your life.
Oh, it was so great.
And it was a production. I'd never seen anything like this. This was a full-on, like, they must have spent $1 million producing
so
this.
When somebody says, is LeBron the GOAT, go to that moment and see who else has a huge production like that, just to see what team they choose.
They didn't do that when he went to L.A. Like, they didn't put on a big show when he came here. But this was huge. But the funny part was, like, so here again, this is a time in my life when I couldn't care less. I was like, oh, LeBron's going to my players leave teams all the time. What do I care if he's going to Miami? He's not coming to LA, so oh well.
Right.
His loss. That's my thought. What was really funny though is I was like, oh, good for Miami. And Miami was so happy. The rest of the basketball world was pissed.
So mad. Everybody just hated him. Oh, you turn your back on your team. Oh, you're weak because you need help.
Well, and the fact that they did the full-on production of it. And the NBA was almost like celebrating it. The NBA was like, "Oh, check out what LeBron did! Isn't this awesome? Look at this!" Like, and the whole rest of the world was like,
but the viewership was so high because Miami, we watched because we wanted to see the trio win,
right?
And they did.
Yep.
Everybody else watched because they wanted to see him lose.
Yep. And
when he did lose, oh my God, was everybody talking about it?
Yep. I liken it. Here's a bad analogy. Ready? I do bad analogies on the show. I liken it to Howard Stern. Right? And
all right, I'm listening.
Howard Stern. There was a thing that came out, and they even put it in the movie. The average Howard Stern listener for a 4-hour show will listen for 1 hour and however many minutes. The average Howard Stern hater will listen for 2 hours and some odd minutes. Howard Stern gets just as good a ratings from the people that hate him than he does the people that love him. And you see that in everything, right? The people that complain about your favorite things are supporting it by watching it. The people that thought The Acolyte was the worst Star Wars thing ever made, they watched the show. They paid Disney Plus for the opportunity to watch it. So you're supporting it,
just
whether
so
you believe it or not. Right.
They wanted to be able to talk trash.
Yeah.
And honestly, when it comes to entertainment, it sucks. But sometimes the best viewership that you will get is going to come from people that don't like you.
Exactly. I need more haters.
Hey, bring them on.
I need more haters. I need to review more things I didn't like. I like too many things. And so there's so many things I want to review on my honest review shows that I just keep picking the things that I like. And so far I've only done 2 reviews that were subpar things. The Fit for TV, The Reality of the Biggest Loser. I did not like that. I thought it was I didn't like it at all. And
Superman?
I didn't like Superman. Yeah. And I'm still trying to put together the re-review, but we watched it again, but my opinion didn't change all that much. So I'm going to have to find people that have much more positive things to say about it. But yeah, like
I'll let you know when I watch it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's some bad movies out there, but I find so many ways of enjoying bad movies. I can't wait to do Howard the Duck.
Oh God,
I love Howard the Duck. All
How
right.
can you like Howard the Duck and hate Superman?
I don't hate Superman.
Or not like
I
the
don't
Superman
like
movie.
the Superman movie.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
I think because I think it helps when the consensus is that a movie a movie is a bad movie, because then me liking it is kind of going against the grain a little bit.
I guess that's how with me and the Super Mario Brothers movie.
The original.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that in theaters as a kid, and I think it pissed me off so much as a kid. I have a hard time as an adult turning that around. But I have movies that I will say this. I was a lot rougher on Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze, than I thought I would be. I thought I was going to go in that with my rose-colored glasses on and be like, this movie is awesome. Not so much.
So I could probably explain that.
Well, I watched it back to back, which doesn't help.
True.
I watched the first one and the second one.
When I went to Dragon Con,
Yeah.
there was a guy who did a panel for Ninja Turtles, right? So
Right.
we talked about the 2 movies. And what he explained was when they made Ninja Turtles 1, it was more akin to the comic book rather than the cartoon.
Yep.
And when parents heard Ninja Turtles, all they thought about was the cartoon and not the comic book.
This sounds very familiar,
So-
doesn't it, Sims Nation?
So when they watched it and the kids, came home and was like, damn, because Raphael yelled, damn, it was like, where'd you learn that? I'm like, oh my God, this is a terrible movie for kids. This is not for kids, this, that, and the third, which then made the second movie transform into something that's more kid friendly, that was
Yep.
more akin to
The cartoon.
the cartoon.
Yep.
So then adults would watch it and be like, oh, this is just cartoonish nonsense. And kids are like, oh, this is great. This is Ninja Turtles that I love to watch.
Yeah. As a kid, when it came, I would have been, 11, 12 years old when Ninja Turtles 2 came out. I was like, yeah, this is great.
So,
I mean,
'cause,
Vanilla Ice is in this. How can you go wrong?
yeah, so it's like, it's just like anything. When you watch something as an adult that you used to watch as a kid, you remember the feeling as a kid, and now you're an adult, and it's like, I don't get this feeling anymore
Yeah.
because I'm not a child.
And what's funny is the first one, as a kid, I loved. As an adult, I love it even more.
Yeah,
And
because you see the adult humor and everything that's more adult in it, rather
Right.
than like, because as a kid, it was new. It was Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's for you, but I know for me, when I watched it as a kid, I loved it strictly because it was Ninja Turtles. That's it.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I was already a huge, and I, unlike a lot of my friends, knew what the Ninja Turtles were in the comic books.
Yeah.
I owned at that point already a lot of the old comics that were dark. They were all black and white,
Mhm.
and it was intense. And so when this movie came out, I didn't necessarily want to see the cartoon again because I'd seen that. I'd seen the cartoon. That to me, seeing a cartoon and then seeing live action, like, I don't care going from cartoon to live action. That's why the Disney live action remakes don't do anything for me for the most part, because I've already seen it move.
Mhm.
Right? I don't want to see Moana again already. Like, but you take something from a comic book page and put it on the screen. That's a whole different feeling. And that's what and even in the reviews that we did, I said that's what they did. They took a comic book panel and they brought it to life. And in the second one, they took a cartoon and they brought it to life because of parents. They listened to the parents that paid for the toys instead of the kids who were playing with the toys, who were asking for the toys. And I can almost guarantee you Ninja Turtle sales went up more after the first movie than it did with the second. Because
Maybe.
at that point, the cartoon series was kind of running its course a little bit. It was overly obvious by that time that it had gone full on, we're just here to make toys. Which we all know that's what these shows were anyway. Transformers, He-Man, G.I. Joe. They would throw on things to make them morally okay, but it was all there to sell toys. That's what these cartoons were for. Ninja Turtles, I will say, wasn't overly obvious right away. But then it was like every episode there's a new character, and oh, look, there just so happens to be a toy out at the same time.
They got a new battle droid.
Right. You know, and there
just
was
like we do on Sims Nation all the time is on a tangent.
Yeah. Tangents. Okay, let's get back. NBA. Here we go. All right, rapid fire. Here we go. This is not a sports moment per se, but NBA Jam.
Sir, video games is a sport. NBA Jam is the jam.
Tell me NBA Jam did not help the NBA's popularity.
Absolutely it did.
And you know what's really funny is it became huge, and everybody on the planet was always the same question. Why isn't Michael Jordan in the game?
Right?
Everybody else that was, was in there.
Karl Malone and John Stockton.
Yeah.
It was Rodman and Pippen. That was
the
on
Bulls. Yeah.
It was Penny Hardaway and Alonzo Mourning on the Heat.
Memories, man. Vlade Divac on the Lakers. That 90s were a rough time for the Lakers.
Yeah. Somehow Heavy D and Will Smith made it into the game.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things to play on my emulators. My handheld emulator,
Absolutely.
I play it. I love NBA Jam. All right, the Chicago Bulls, three-peat. Sorry, I flipped everybody off. I was looking at a mirror image, and every now and then I forget. So, twice. The Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen era. The second time you add Dennis Rodman to that mix. I mean, that was peak time to be an NBA fan. That was when I was at my, Michael Jordan was my favorite athlete, not just my favorite NBA player. He was my favorite athlete until 93. 93, my life took a turn, and I started liking a different sport that we'll get to, and I had a new different player that you all will hate me for being my favorite player. Number 4, the 1992 Olympic Dream Team.
That was a great dream team.
The United States completely overreacting to its amateur basketball players not winning gold by creating the NBA Dream Team to guarantee a victory in the Olympics. Come on. Our thumbnail is the three biggest athletes of the 80s in the NBA, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan on one team.
I still have my Larry Bird Dream Team jersey.
Do you?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That is
I have my
freaking awesome.
Larry Bird Dream Team jersey.
And Larry Bird, a lot of people today I don't think understand actually how good Larry Bird was.
I know.
He was
They just like,
scary.
oh, he's a tall white guy. No.
And he was a trash talker.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I seen a bunch of the old interviews of Patrick Ewing and Michael and David Robinson, all of them talking about how Larry Bird just he gets in your head, it gets in your ear, just talks a lot of trash.
Yeah, you almost cussed.
Almost.
I saw that. He talks a lot of trash. All right, here we go. I think let's keep moving here. Oh man, I love that Olympic Dream Team. The 1980s. Anything Lakers versus Celtics. That is like Boston versus New York in baseball. It is just that is intense. An intense rivalry.
That was a rivalry right there.
Number 2, Magic Johnson announces that he is HIV positive. And lots of stigmas that were attached to HIV, AIDS at the time. And Magic tried to continue playing, but it was the other players were highly uncomfortable because there just wasn't enough information to know how you got it. How, like if he got a cut, if he got nicked on his arm and bled on you, or were you going to now be HIV positive? People didn't know. It was a different time. And but it was huge.
People thought that you had to be gay to get it, so everybody was like, "Oh, well, maybe he's over there doing strange stuff with strange men or whatever."
Right.
I'm like, "Oh my goodness."
Yeah, it was crazy, and he's probably just as healthy as he ever was. They can manage that thing. Same with, like we talked about Charlie Sheen, that documentary. He's HIV positive, and he's fine. That part of it, as long as it doesn't go to the next level.
Yeah. And you got the money to take care of it.
Right. Yeah. One of the funny South Park episodes where it's basically you just inject money into yourself, and that's the cure.
You're cured.
Right. All right. And number 1 for the NBA, because it lives rent free in my head. Again, in my era, Michael Jordan, my favorite athlete, the free throw from the dunk from the free throw line.
Right.
I mean, you'd never seen that before.
And that's where he got the logo for his shoe.
Yep. And you just mentioned Michael, and it's just like you get flooded. My generation especially just gets flooded with memories that are just amazing. The amazing shots, the game winner in Game 6. You've got the tongue that everybody was emulating. I'm sure a couple of kids bit through their tongue from time to time. But yeah, that was Jordan, right? I remember the Kobe, hearing people go, Kobe, and they'd shoot the ball. Be like Mike came first. You remember that?
Yeah.
You remember Be Like Mike?
Yeah.
Everything, Be Like Mike. They had like a song.
Yeah, it was a jingle.
Yeah. And then he shows up in Michael Jackson videos.
Yeah.
And
MJ versus MJ on the basketball court.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I could have basically I said the rise of Tiger Woods. The rise of Michael Jordan could have been just a moment as well. He was just, and he didn't start off a star. Like I said, he had, I think there were expectations. But when he first came into the league, he was not blowing everybody out of the water. He was good, but the Bulls weren't winning. He wasn't, breaking down walls.
I think, what is it like? Well, the first 3 years he played, they didn't even go to the finals.
No, and then once he got a little bit of help, Pippen came in. He had other guys, and then it was just. Never looked back, and it was just off to the races. All right, now we're going into baseball, and I still want to get in my last bit here. So we talked about Jose Canseco. Let's just say, I'm going to say a moment. You're going to tell me just yes or no if you even know what I'm talking about. Joe Carter homers off of the wild thing Mitch Williams to win the World Series for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Nope.
Now, that's more of a personal thing. I was a fan of the Philadelphia Phillies in '93. Mitch Williams, he was the closer, and Joe Carter took him deep. Number 17, Michael Jordan retires from the NBA to play baseball.
Yep. I remember that.
And everyone thought he was going to be a Chicago White Sox in no time. And he spent 99% of the time in the minors. And then he went back. Went back to the NBA, which is where he should have stayed.
Well, he wanted to do what his dad wanted him to play.
Yeah. All right. That bothered me. Number 16, the 1994 player strike ends the season without a World Series. I was pissed that year.
I bet.
Like, I know owners are greedy, but I was like, dude, you're hurting us, man. Like, I was so mad. I was so mad at the players.
That strike was because of the owners?
Well, the players wanted better compensation, which sounds funny when baseball never had a salary cap. And so baseball players were always kind of taken care of a bit better financially. But there were certain things. I forget what the whole deal was, but after the All-Star break, and it was one of the best All-Star games in '94. After the All-Star break, the strike happened, wiped out the last third of the season, no World Series. They actually started the beginning of '95 with replacement players. And then the strike ended, and they went back to work. Number 15, the earthquake before the World Series, the A's versus the Giants. Ashton, you might not remember that. That was early 80s when there was a huge earthquake in San Francisco. Actually, part of the bridge kind of collapsed before the game. It was really disturbing. It was really rough. They were live on the air when it happened. And the series hadn't started yet, but the game hadn't started yet. But it was pretty crazy. Number 14, Pete Rose banned from the Major League Baseball for gambling.
I remember that. Hearing about that.
The example set round the world. Don't be in the game and bet on the game. I do think it's a bit much that he was banned for life and that nobody ever stepped in before he passed to, let him in, get him into the Hall of Fame. I think if it's not the Hall of Morals, it's the Hall. It's why I'm still pissed off that guys like Barry Bonds and stuff aren't in there. If you take out the guys that did things that were less than reputable, you'd have to take out half the Hall of Fame. Right? Why is Ty Cobb in the Hall of Fame? If you're gonna have a moral clause, why would you have a guy in there that sharpened his cleats so that he could spike you and hurt you?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Ty Cobb was a bad man. He was horrible, a horrible human being. All right, number 13, Kirk Gibson's home run in the World Series. It was Dodgers versus the A's, the memorable moment. Dennis Eckersley's about to close it out for the A's. Kirk Gibson pinch hits. He's hurt. His knees are bad. And he gets up there and he hits the game-winning home run for the Dodgers. It doesn't win the World Series, but it keeps them in it. And they would go on to win the World Series that year. It was a huge, huge moment. It's not hard to find if you haven't seen it. There's two different calls. There's the Vin Scully call, and then there's the Joe Buck call. You want to hear the Vin Scully version. That's the one you want to hear. That's the best
Vin
one.
Scully version.
Vin Scully is to me, and I'm not even a Dodger fan. Vin Scully is my GOAT for announcers, for baseball announcers. He was the best. He was the man. All right. Next, the Chicago Cubs win the World Series in 2016, ending a 108-year streak. because they last
Oh,
won in
right.
1908.
I remember that because everybody was cheering. Everybody brought it up how long it's been since they won the. Oh my god! Oh
Yeah.
my gosh!
It was huge. Like no one ever thought it would happen either. Like people are like, not in my lifetime. But the other one that no one ever thought would happen, Boston, the Red Sox, in an even more incredible story, are down 3-0 to the New York Yankees in the ALCS, come back, win 4 in a row, go to the World Series, and then win the World Series, officially breaking the curse of the Bambino. Everyone thought they
Wow.
were done. And then here comes Big Papi. And they game-winning home run. Red Sox are now rolling. They go past the Yankees, go into the World Series. They win the World Series. I mean, it was. I don't cheer for big teams like that very often because I'm not a Boston guy. I'm not a New York guy. I was cheering like crazy for those Red Sox. I was so happy for those guys. All right, number 9, Joe DiMaggio, going old school here. 56-game hit streak.
Wow! Damn.
Again, I don't think that will ever be beat. Not in today's game. 56 games in a row, a base hit. All right. Number 8, another unbeatable record, in my opinion. Nolan Ryan, 7 no-hitters.
Oh yeah, you mentioned him earlier.
Nolan Ryan's got the strikeout records, the no-hitter records. I just don't think, with the way the game is played, I don't think those will ever be beat. Ever. All right? You're not going to get the opportunities because everybody's throwing in a way that is damaging their arm. There's more Tommy John surgeries being done now than in like the first 10 years after Tommy John surgery was first introduced. Like, it's just like, it's crazy how many of these guys are getting hurt because they're trying to have a great season, and
Right,
or a
great
great
career.
game instead of looking at the long term. Right. All right. Next up on here, the speech, the heartbreaking speech given by Lou Gehrig. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. It was a tragic moment, but it is a memorable moment where Lou Gehrig had to walk away from the game that he loved so much because of a disease that is now named for Lou Gehrig. Number 6, another, I believe, unbreakable record. And I would love players to prove me wrong. Trust me, I want to see records broken. Cal Ripken Jr. becomes the Iron Man by breaking Lou Gehrig's record of all-time consecutive games played. And it's like well over 2,000 games in a row. No days off, no injuries, no illnesses.
Get out of here.
Yeah, that'll never happen.
No, not at all.
Ever.
No.
I mean, guys take a week off for an ingrown toenail. I pull it out. I just pull it out and get on with my day.
I got a strained pectoral muscle.
Yeah. I have a cold.
A
Strained pectoral muscle is pretty
Yeah,
bad.
that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
But I got the sniffles, coach.
My lower back is sore.
I played the last 3 games. I earned a day off. So, all right. Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa's 1998 home run battle for the record. Again, think whatever you want about PEDs. That was the most exciting season I could remember in forever.
even me who wasn't a baseball fan, I was locked in.
Yeah.
I
Two
was
guys.
like, oh, who's gonna get it? Who's gonna finish? Who's gonna win?
Not even one broke the record of 61. Both of them. I think Sosa finished with 65, and McGuire finished with 70. And it was unbelievable. And the fact that those two guys were competitive but supportive of each other was the best
Yeah.
part. They were
Absolutely.
rooting each other on. It was so cool. All right, most of these have to actually all the rest of them are all home runs in here. So number 4 here, Babe Ruth with his 60 home runs in a season. No offense to Roger Maris. Roger Maris hitting 61. It's the only thing that anyone knows Roger Maris for, and it was a huge accomplishment. But it to me, it wasn't earth-shattering. It wasn't that moment in that when Babe Ruth hit 60, nobody else was even hitting like 20. It was a different time. And Ruth, when you talk about, people will mention a Ruthian blast. When you hear about that, that means he hit it super far. Go into your MLB The Show game and go look at some of the old stadiums. The actual dimensions of those stadiums are correct. And look at how far Babe Ruth had to hit a ball.
Oh yeah, those things. He blasted those things.
And his bat, nobody today could swing his bat. That thing was massive and heavy. Now guys have, decent sized bats, but they're very light to give you quick hands. All right. Babe Ruth's bat was huge. But that 60 home run season solidified the home run as like the biggest thing in sports. It really did for a very long time. It wasn't until like Jordan made dunking as cool as it became. All right, next up, Hank Aaron. Hank Aaron breaks Babe Ruth's all-time home run record. And just like we talked about with Jackie Robinson, what Hank Aaron had to deal with in the days, the weeks, the months leading up to breaking the all-time record, and even what he dealt with after, is unexcusable. He dealt with death threats because, not just because he was going after a legend's record. He was going after a white man's record. And that wasn't sitting well with the people of that time. And it's horrible. But Hank Aaron is a hero for what he did. And I applaud Hank Aaron, and that's why he's number 2 on this list here. But number 1, in 1993, I became a huge baseball fan. It was an incredible season. There was a lot to cheer for. That was Tim Salmon's rookie year, JT Snow's rookie year for the Angels. I was hooked. And a player from Pittsburgh signed with the San Francisco Giants and had what was at that time one of the greatest season of heroics ever by a single baseball player. And his name was Barry Bonds. And Barry Bonds very quickly became my favorite baseball player and overall sports star. I could care less how he treated the press. I could care less what his attitude was like on and off the field. All I cared about was what he was doing when he was playing, and it was gold. Even before steroids was a thing and it was obvious that he was on it, he was a Hall of Famer before any of that ever happened. And so my number 1 on here is the accomplishments that Barry Bonds was able to do, such as breaking and now holding the single-season home run record of 72 now. And Barry Bonds is your all-time home run king. And I don't, like I said, everybody and their mother was taking something during the steroid era. So am I going to knock him? Am I going to stop being a fan because he did that? No. A lot of and here's another truth here. You can take as much steroids as you want. Ain't going to help you hit a ball.
Hmm.
It ain't going to help your hand-eye coordination. It's definitely not going to improve your throwing arm, because the bigger you get muscular, the less mobility most of these guys get. And have.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for Barry to do what he did, to me, is even more amazing. And the fact he was a smart player. He understood pitchers. He understood hitting. It was absolutely incredible to watch Barry play. And I'm so glad that I grew up during that era. And it was exciting. It was exciting. PEDs or no PEDs. Barry Bonds is still my favorite baseball player. I have a signed baseball of his. It's not on display anywhere because I don't want it. I don't want it faded or
Go
anything
missing
like
somewhere.
that. It is in my home. It's just not here. I used to have, but it was stolen. When I lived in Fresno, someone broke into my apartment and stole some things. And one of the things that was stolen was a very large, probably about the size of this Batman thing behind me. It was a lithograph, it's like a painting in a sense, of Barry in San Francisco from the mid-'90s. And it was autographed by Barry Bonds. I had the certificate of authenticity to prove it. I had everything, and it was stolen. And here's the even worse part. I found it about a year later, before I moved away from Fresno, in a sports antique store, and it was
Man.
mine, because it was the same certificate of authenticity. That's how I knew it was mine. So the guy took it down there, sold it to the store, and I mean, I would have had to gone through court and everything to try to get it back and try to prove it that was legitimately mine, which I probably could have, because like I said, I knew the certificate was mine. I had a picture of the certificate. That's how much I love that poster. So I probably could have, but I mean, they were selling that thing at that time, which would have been about 2004, 2005, after Barry had the single season record and all that. It was like $1,000. So
Man, that sucks.
big bummer there for me. Yeah. But that's it for my great sports moments. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to leave you with something very important.
Well, can I do one
Yes.
esports moment?
Yes, bring it.
So this is an esports moment
Esports.
that anyone in esports knows. It's the Daigo versus Justin Wong Street Fighter 3 fight.
I heard something
And
about that. Yeah.
Daigo was using Ken Masters. Justin Wong was using Chun-Li.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Wong was up and was about to win. I'm telling you, he had his life bar down to probably like 5%. Justin Wong hit Daigo with a 15-hit combo. A 15-hit combo, and Daigo parried all 15 hits, took no damage, then reversed it and hit him with his own combo, depleting his 50% life bar to win the tournament.
Wow. That sounds like the beginning of every Super Smash Brothers fight I'm in, where I get my butt whipped. I'm like attacking, but still I'm the one getting hurt. That's incredible.
But yeah, that is the moment that all esports players love. I think that's what put esports on the map when it comes to like the fighting game genre. Right. And that's what is like now esports is an actual sport now.
Yeah, very much so. All right, guys, we're a little after 10. At 10:30, we got another show coming your way. Bobby's going to be jumping on, so we want to make sure we leave with enough time with him. But I want to leave you guys with something. And right now, we live in an era where there's a lot to like about life. There's a lot to love about life. And you should find everything that makes you happy in life and try to do the best you can to block out that negativity that is surrounding us each and every day. And this week was a tough week for a lot of people, but every week is a tough week for a lot of people. There are personal struggles. There are things that happen that are out of our control that affect us on a daily basis. And a lot of our issues as a society, a lot of our issues as human beings can be solved by coming together and communicating. And a lot of the things, too, is understanding some basic things here. And I'm not trying to be preachy as a Christian, but I'm taking something from a biblical text that I think can help, because I had thought about it last night, and up until about 5:50 today, I was thinking, should I say this or not? Okay, and I decided I'm going to, because that's part of who I am and what I offer and what I want to give to people. And there are some things in this world that we need to practice on a daily basis. And in the Bible, they're called the fruit of the Spirit. And this is what I want for you, each one of you. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. And one of the issues why a lot of these are being ignored and in many cases looked down upon is because these positive traits are looked at as weaknesses. Your ability to show kindness is looked at as a weakness. Your ability to show that you are faithful to something, God forbid, is looked at as weakness. The truth is the opposite. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. I grew up on those words. And the last thing I'll say is we want to talk about love. You hear it all the time. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love your enemies. Love this. My buddy Aaron Sparks says, I don't have to agree with someone to pray for them. I don't have to like someone to pray for them. And people would argue with him about it. My buddy Aaron is not a Trump fan, but he will pray for Trump every day. And people will come on and get mad at him for it. And it's like, you're kind of missing the point here. All right?
Nope.
So what is love? Love is patient. Love is kind. It doesn't envy. It doesn't boast. I'm talking to a lot of you out there that like to boast about crap. It is not proud. It does not dishonor anyone. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no records of wrongs. Husbands and wives, partners, lovers, whatever. Love does not delight in evil. Evil is evil. It rejoices in the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, and always perseveres. And yes, I am holding my crap together right now. Love is why I'm here today. It's why I'm alive. It's why I'm a DDPY champion. It's why I do this show. It's why I do Warriors Unleashed. It's why I am a husband and a father. It's why I have people like Ashton in my life, because I love. And love is what we need now in our lives. And I want that for you. Each and every one of you watching, each and every one of you listening on WANT, for all of my friends and all of my family. if there's anybody that you can guarantee loves you, it's me. All right? So that's what I want to leave you with today. Those are my words to send you off into the weekend. And just know, guys, I want nothing but the best for each and every one of you. I love my fans. I love my listeners. I love my viewers. Ashton, I love you, brother. I think the
Love you too,
world
Pat.
of you. I think you're an amazing human being. My wife, who's listening and watching, I love you with all of my heart, with all of my soul. God, I love you. Thank you for this life that you've given me. Thank you for the many gifts and blessings I have in my life. So, guys, with that being said, I feel it a little weird to end off the way we normally do. But I'm still going to do it because I love it. All right? And that is, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here on the Positively Pat Sim Show. We hope you had a great time. And I want you guys to take it easy. And if it's easy,
Take it twice.
take it twice, people. So long, everybody. We'll see you next week for my 45th birthday right here on the Positively Pat Sim Show. So long, everybody. We'll see you next time.
The lights are dim, but the room still hums with the echoes of laughter and the moments we spun. Every honest word is like a stone in a stream. It rippled, it lingered, it shaped our dream. And if you ever wonder where I'll be, look to the screen, I'll be there, you'll see. Goodbye to the faces that stayed in the glow. Goodbye to the voices I always know. This isn't an end, just a bend in the road. Goodbye for now, my friends, my show. The cameras rolled and the stories grew. Each review a mirror of me and you. Through coffee stains and late night calls, we built a world behind these walls. And if you ever wonder where I'll be, look to the screen, I'll be there, you'll see. Goodbye to the faces that stayed in the glow. Goodbye to the voices I'll always know. This isn't an end, just a bend in the road. Goodbye for now, my friends, my show. The tape may stop, but the reel still spins. Every honest word, a place we've been. This goodbye's a whisper, not a shout. Just know you've been what it's all about. And if you ever wonder where I'll be, look to the screen.